We are back online. Just making sure the stream's all okay. Back logged into Twitch. Okay, everything's all set. So, I know that I think I only have two of these lives actually public. Yeah, only two of them. Um, I might not have time to explain this right away. Yeah, okay. So, probably don't have time to explain this before I need to get on a call, but I will be online to answer questions. I'll be monitoring the Twitch chat. Um, if I can monitor the YouTube chat, that'd be great too, without having to look around too much. Got a lot of screens now, so if you get one, kind of want to put one right here, but that might be overkill for right now. Mount it on the wall or something. This wall is very old. Um, yeah, I've made this simulation that basically evolves a population of neural networks. I'll try and link some relevant videos in the description. An explanation of neural networks. There's plenty of better videos on that, but they're a fundamental part of machine learning. And genetic algorithms are a way to evolve. It's like a heuristic, and a heuristic is a type of way to solve a problem that sometimes leads to an optimal solution. So yeah, the genetic algorithms can potentially be used to optimize neural networks in a process called architecture search. Um, and that basically, like, through random shuffling of or through a random population, you'll eventually arrive at like a better solution than the initial population um, of networks. And in terms of performance, what I mean by better is like accuracy in a classification task. Should I look directly into the camera for this? I'm just looking at the OBS screen. I guess I'll look directly into the camera for this. Ah, that's weird. Um, without seeing what I look like as I'm streaming. I'm very bad at live streaming. That's why most of the videos have been made private. So that if you're wondering where most of the 11 experiments or live streams have been, they are private because I am terrible at live streaming. But anyway, um, I built a simulation. I'm going to write a paper about it. I'll link that eventually in the videos. Um, this is just a personal project that involves into something more. I was a biologist, transitioned to a computer scientist, but I still like biology. I want to really do this to figure out if I like doing this stuff. Um, I know that I like programming, but I'm trying to do something. I like computer science more than just programming, and this was more than just programming. Um, and I like biology still, so I am fascinated by the concepts of evolution. Uh, so I tried to use this concept of epigenetics, which is like basically inherited memories being like imprinted on your parents' genome and passed on to you. Um, that concept I used to basically make a new type of neural network, and the simulation runs those networks through training in a genetic algorithm fashion. So last time I checked, it worked. I really hope I don't have to make this one private because I'm really fucking tired of repeating myself, telling people what this simulation isn't about. But over the past day, I've decided to make a visualization, which was actually much harder than I wanted it to be, if I'm being honest. But but um, but I do wish I had a fourth screen. uh, fifth screen, sixth screen. It's not enough screens. I need a whole space. Um, all right. So anyway, over the past day, I added visualizations to this without changing the core logic of the simulation with cursor, and it was working last time. I'm not sure how the FPS is going to manage the large population, but we're going to try. Recent results have given me good indication that this learning rate of 0.01 is testing well. All right, let's see.
So you think he was obsessed with like the Blues Brothers, the Animal Houses of the world, the Caddyshack? Was that his bread and butter as a kid?
Cute.
I would say yes, but
The fuck you mean cute? Okay.
had a little bit of a
All right. So the simulation is up and running. Is it up on the screen? Yes. So this is a population of neural networks. The simulation, like the visuals are not really loud noise. The visuals aren't too tied to the network's performances themselves or the simulation really. That's yeah. So the high performing networks have crowns on them. Not sure how well that comes off on the stream. I'll view it on my screen. Yeah, so the top performing networks have crowns, and also if they have high fitness, they have a glow around them, which is something that Cursor decided to do itself. The frogs are different colors just for the sake of it. The colors don't mean anything. I think high performing is defined as like over 90% fitness. That's what it looks like. I could check the source code, but I'm very excited that I just got this working. So, um, and what else? Yeah, it just works like this. I got this other score. This is the networks that we're testing. This architecture over here to the side, to the left of the screen. That is the type of model that we're using, a neural network architecture. Um, like I said, better videos than I can make on how to explain how those work. We're running at about 25 FPS right now with this many individuals, which isn't bad. Based on what it was before, I did the runtime optimization. We were getting like 0.5, and it was really buggy. So I think it still says realistic neural network farm on it. God damn it. Whatever. It's not the biggest deal. Um, I tried to change the header. This is actually called an adaptive neural network farm or just a neural network farm. Or the epigenetic neural network farm. I don't know. I'm going to call it the neural network farm for now. But these are supposed to be frogs. It's very hard to describe what visuals you want like Pygame to do for Cursor. So this is the best, maybe not the best I could do, but good enough for now. Especially considering the potentials for like larger populations and the screen getting overpopulated with different networks. Um, yeah, shout out to Black Mirror for making me want to do these visuals. I actually came up with a visualization idea for evolving population before that Black Mirror episode came out. I have evidence, but that made me really want to like make a good one, make a good visualization thing. Um, so it's not like these things go around and collect food. They don't have a mission. They just move around at random until the networks finish hatching. Um, I'd be really embarrassed if this failed again. Because then I'm gonna have to make this private. I'm watching the output. It's running fine, but we have 100 epochs on an individual, so it probably will take a while for them to train, as it usually does. And yeah, it's not totally smooth, but considering I use Pygame and not some other thing, and the point of this is MLOps, not this goddamn cartoon. But yeah, this is the dream of this project is to create like a neural network farming system where this I could run like a very large population of these individuals, and they would basically like the best ones would get pickled over time. Oh, they blink. I didn't know that. And they breathe too. I saw that, but I didn't know they blinked. That's kind of creepy. Um, yeah, they work. What was I talking about? I was gonna save this idea for a future paper, but I decided I could probably fit it into this one without too much overall overhead time in terms of getting this project over the finish line. So I'm gonna try to repeat the 97% result that I got before, or at least something close. If I can get high 96, because I got a live 96 on stream. Um, but if I can just do that one more time, then I'm confident that this can produce good neural networks. And I'm going to do a preprint, which is like a pre-research paper thing. Um, it's not like a full-blown thing, but it can end up in a journal. So that's that. Uh, I had to deal with a lot of nonsense throughout this process of making this thing. Computer had a virus that I had to delete. Um, Set up a server, turn my old laptop into a helper for this project, and now, yeah, the I have a computer over here that is connected to a SSD that allows me to like capture all these models or capture the high performing models that appear in each generation, and through that, um, yeah, through the models getting pickled, that's the process. They're pickled, which is like their variables are saved, their values are saved. I can analyze them and test their accuracy later. And say I got like a very high performing network, then I have like evidence that I produced that. So I've been pickling them for a while. I have evidence of the 96% and the 97%. So I'm pretty proud of those. But I think this learning rate is much better. And I did the 97% was with a very high number of neurons, and that's not as impressive as I would like this project to be yet. But with a different type of architecture, we've achieved 96% than what was in an established paper. So I don't know what implications that has for neural network architectures. Like I said, I'm not an expert in them. I just think they're cool right now. Trying to become a deep learning expert. That was the reason I embarked down this path in the first place. I'm feeling much more knowledgeable now. I don't think if you I think if you quiz me on this, I might not do well, but like if you quiz me on the commands that I had to use and shit. But the process I know, and I know how this flow works, and I know that um, I'm getting a better population over time based on previous experiments. So yeah, they just popped out 6 individuals through training, and I'm getting high 97s or not high 97s, high 90s. I'll say high to mid 90s as ROC accuracy scores, which is a type of fitness matrix type of fitness evaluation for classification tasks. Um, this project right now it's meant to work with a bunch of other binary classification data sets, but right now it's mostly fit for the Wisconsin breast cancer data set, and you can look that up on Kaggle. I should put that in the description. I'll do that in a minute once I stop talking. Uh, and yeah, the top fitness score is displayed on the screen right now for this data set. That's the top machine learning score. It was an ensemble approach, I believe, which means it had multiple models. So the fact that I'm getting kind of good with one model is okay. The only thing that I would potentially consider doing further with this, not only, but one of the things that I want to do is also consider an ensemble approach with these neural networks, like an evolving population of models, which I did describe in depth in one of my live streams. But I think I deleted that video, or I have it unlisted right now. So, um, but this method could be adapted to create like an ensemble of high classifiers that like vote on uh, ensemble of high class accurate. Uh, This could be I could wire all these neural networks together and they could all vote on the classification. I think that would improve the accuracy of the. I think that would just lead to a very high classification accuracy. I have a theory on that. Um, since I have a bunch of models saved, I could just wire those together. Uh, but I'm not going to do that today because this took a while. This animation thing took longer than I want, and I want to revel in this. So, yeah, that's it for now. Trying to think of what else intro stuff I want to do because I have a good feeling that I'm not going to have to record this stream or unlist it, at least the full thing. If it stops working, I'm going to just stop streaming because there's no need to be online for 24 hours if it fails. So, um, but as you can see, there's different colors and stuff. They're all technically high performing. Uh, I could make that a little better, but I don't want to.
think it's either book writing or golf. Those are the two time-consuming adult activities. Book gardening. Gardening's big. Gardening's big. When's your book coming out, guys? Okay. Oh, I know those. Maybe when I like break my leg or something. I'll write a book. How quick of a TV series here window? But murder. Yeah.
What else can I talk about here? Let me see how the output looks.
Here, yeah, we got Rochester coming up, Worcester, Albany. Wait, is this maybe? Yeah. I'm gonna rock this for all the Vermont, Wisconsin, Oregon, San Jose.
So it's kind of like a screensaver. To sum it up, it's like a screensaver that does research um, in the background. And since I don't have this running on my computer, I can save a lot of. I can save this computer's lifespan, I believe, or increase this computer's lifespan since it's been running pretty hard for a couple of days now. Um, Alright, let me just organize my browsers before I go offline. Or before I let this run. I'll open cursor again if I need to. I need to leave that open. I'm gonna shave and shower. Yeah. So I'll let this run. If it crashes, I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here doing homework all day. So if anybody happens to join, feel free to message. I know that's highly unlikely, but still, I post about this on Instagram just for the lulz. Not super entertaining, but still, it's still not super entertaining. But it's breast cancer research being done live through a computer. So I don't know. I find this entertaining, and I don't know. These live streams aren't meant to be watched in full. I guess they're just meant to be for like my own personal recordings and stuff like that. So I'll leave it as is. Okay. Okay, so I noticed a garbage collection issue. Um,
So, the issue
that
is
was the problem and why it got so slow. After about an hour, I stopped and got some food, showered, shaved. Thank God. I think the wrong side of my head was showing actually to the camera. Thank God the video was private, or at least earlier. I don't know.
the current healthcare system is to make these guys very rich and it works. They make zillions of dollars. And every place you go, in my state, the cost of healthcare has gone up this year like 10, 15%. People can't afford it. Well, we lose thousands of people every year. People get sick, they can't afford to go to the doctor. They die. So, one of the fights that I hope we can win is to have the United States join every other major country on earth that can guarantee health care for all people as a given. Well, we've talked about that a lot on this show, that if you view this country as a community, the most important thing is to protect the most vulnerable members of your community, period, right? And if we spend insane amounts of money on all sorts of things that people don't agree with, and I think generally most people would agree on some sort of a national healthcare system. Most people. Like there's concepts of socialism that everyone agrees with. One of them is the fire department. Right. Right? Everyone thinks that every citizen should have access, the same equal access to the fire department. And we all pay into that. And we all believe in education. We all believe that there should be free public education. And most people believe that the university system should also be funded. It would benefit everyone. You got it. It would benefit everyone to have more educated people that are doing better in the world. Better GDP. More successful people. Absolutely. If you want to make America great again, less losers. How do you make less losers? Don't stack the deck against them. One of the first things that you'd have to do is figure
Watching
out
Joe
why
Rogan
these
for Bernie.
These cities have been the exact same for decade after decade.
This came out.
Back to Jim Crow and the Red Line laws and all this. Why is nothing being done to fix that or to correct that problem? And it becomes this political beach ball that they just bounce around the air at a concert. And everybody, it's like there's certain things that just keep coming up that make you just go, well, how are we still talking about gay marriage? How is that still coming up? Throw it up in the air. All right, let me get back to that. But I want to say there's a bunch of these things, right? All right. The first one you made. You want to make America great? Right. Yeah. The best losers. Have the best educated workforce in the world. How's that? Radical idea? I don't think so. Right. You're absolutely right. Better education. You live longer when you have better education, etc., etc. Right. All right. So, what does that mean? It means right now. I talk to psychologists all the time. You do? Yeah, I do. Because I was the chairman of what's called the ranking member of the Health Education Labor. So, we deal with medical people all the time. Uh-huh. Wasn't me personally, but I may need also, but no, I was talking to a more general sense. Look, what are the most important years of human development? What are the most important years? Child. That's it. Yeah. 0 to 4. How's our child care system doing? Yeah. Not so good. It's a disaster. So you got a rational society says, okay, the kids are the future of America, right? You talked about the sense of being a community. All right. So if I love this country and I want this country to do well in the future, I have to worry about the children, correct? Right. Absolutely. Right now, for economic reasons, when I was a kid, by the way, shock some of you younger listeners here, there was one worker in a family could actually bring home the bacon and pay the bills. Yeah. Back in the old days. Back in the old days, yeah, man. So I grew up in a working class family. We didn't have any money. My dad went out to work, mom stayed home, and that was it. Yeah. Made healthier people too, that way. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Guess let's show what it's doing right now.
Value the woman's role as a mother, and by convincing them that they have to be a part of the workforce. I think that's part of it. I think the other half is women legitimately wanted, careers as well. Sure. And the other thing that happened, maybe most significantly, is you needed to stay alive. Two breadwinners. Yeah, yeah, that's the problem. The real problem was financially, it just seemed so difficult for one person to pay for everything. Exactly. The only way to do it was to have both parents working. I was thinking, I grew up in Brooklyn before I moved to Vermont, and we lived in a rent-controlled apartment. And I was doing the arithmetic. My dad didn't make much money, but we didn't pay much in rent. And I couldn't quite.
Hopefully I can get this before it closes.
My guess is we paid, as I recall, talking to my brother about this, about 18% of my dad's salary for rent. 18%. Ain't nobody in America today who's paid 18%. You know what I mean? Right. That's why you need two bedrooms, because you're paying 40%, 50%.
So it's debugging right now.
Yeah.
It's, I think there was memory leakage, which was causing the simulation to slow down. So I added garbage collection. Hopefully that'll improve the performance over time.
Making $15 an hour. And you have families that cannot afford childcare. In my state, that's about $20,000 a year to send your kid to childcare. So you're making $50,000 a year. How do you pay that? $60. And then education. You have kids who want an education. They want to go to college. They want to go to trade school. We desperately need something.
All right, I think it did enough.
In America today, Joe, not only
I'll let that run, but I'll send it to her.
But we need more doctors. Right? All of the country, people have to wait, sometimes months to get to a doctor's office. We have a massive nursing shortage. We need more dentists. People call it dentistry. We need more mental health counselors. We need more.
And the terminal crashed, but I'm not sure why. I can't log in.
It's very difficult to do. It's very difficult to become a doctor, and the bills that you have from education are overwhelming. Or you want to go to, let's just say, tomorrow you announce to the world, you give it up as a podcast, you want to go to medical school, all right?
As long as it's connected. I have terrible internet here.
You know how much, you don't have any money, how much you're going to graduate medical school in debt? Probably $250,000 easily. Double. Really? Yeah, I'm not, obviously it varies per person, but it is not unusual for guys, people working class homes, go to medical school now, $500,000 in debt. Right. Nurses, $150,000.
Recommendation.
That is insane. It's insane. Right. Yeah. We need more doctors, so I want to encourage you, Joe. Right. I want you to go to medical school. Right. Hey, good news, we're paying your tuition, and we need you out there as soon as we can get you. Why wouldn't that be subsidized? Of course you should subsidize it. Right. Of course. Yeah. But there's so many different. What would you have done? Like, imagine if you hadn't gotten derailed.
Okay, Cursor says the problem's fixed, so I'm gonna commit to GitHub.
What would you have done different? Okay. Somebody else, look at it. It's all the time in the world, baby.
I'm really hoping that the terminal closing was due to
What would you have done first day in office?
either the internet or
I would have dealt with this campaign.
the memory leakage.
How do you do that? You move toward public funding of elections, which says that, Joe, you want to run against me, that's great, but you're not going to get super PAC money. We're going to publicly fund you. You get 1,500 signatures that says you're a serious candidate, you'll get a certain amount of money to run for office. So funded by the government. Yes, absolutely. So someone running for president funded by the current president.
I wonder if it changed how the creatures look.
Well, not the current president. No, with the current government. And people say, oh, taxpayer dollars are going there. But that makes a lot more sense than having billionaires in elections, which is what you got right now. So that's number one. So you think there should be, when you get a certain number, you just get a certain allotted amount of money that you could use for your campaign, right? And everybody gets the same amount. That exists in some places right now. Does it? Where? Yeah, in New York City right now. Oh, New York City. And other places as well. So if you agree, you're going to raise, you're not going to raise private money, you go the public route. It exists in a number of communities, so I think that is. Did you watch the New York City debates? I heard. I got involved, and I'm supporting Mr. Mendani. A lot of people are, especially after that debate. Right. It seems like everybody else was essentially saying, "I've been to Israel more than you've been to Israel. I'm going to go to Israel before you do." Right. They think they're campaigning to be foreign, minister of Israel or something. But talk about money and politics. Yeah, just look at New York City right now. There's the election tomorrow, right? There's let's say Monday, but tomorrow's Tuesday, right? Yes, that's the election. Can you spend a huge amount of money? These are Democratic or some cases. Who's in the lead right now?
The polls say Cuomo by a little bit, but I think Veron has a lot more.
So the polls are weird
In a race like that.
Well, they're weird in every race. They were wrong with Hillary in 2020, or in 2016 rather. They were wrong in 2024 with Harris and Trump. Like, I don't understand polls. I don't. I have a feeling that the majority of them are inaccurate.
Well, I think they are increasing. I don't know the answer to your question. The posters will argue that's not the case, but I think you got a lot of folks who are not all that enthusiastic about honestly giving honest answers.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah,
And
that's part of the problem, right?
all right, but you asked me on my first day as
Yeah,
president.
what
Well,
would
I
you do?
have you drop in, say hello,
Hi.
have a cup of coffee. All right. Good. And then I think we declare something like our healthcare system as an emergency and figure out ways that we can do what every other major country on earth does, and that is guarantee healthcare for all people. So one of the things you do is say, okay, we need tens of thousands of more doctors and hundreds of thousands of more nurses and dentists and so forth and so on. And we're going to move aggressively to make sure that in America, everybody in this country has health care and gets a human right. So I think that's number one. Number two, at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, you don't give tax breaks to billionaires. You demand that they start paying their fair share of taxes. And one of the problems that we have, it's not just an American issue, it's a global issue. A lot of these billionaires are hiding their money in tax havens in the Cayman Islands and elsewhere. And that's an international issue. But I think we have to have a fair tax system that says that individuals and both and corporations that make a lot of money start paying their fair share of taxes.
What is their fair share?
I mean, you know, under Eisenhower, the very rich paid at their upper levels 90%, you know. But let me be very honest with you, Joe.
90% is kind of crazy though.
No, that's not, of course, that's just for the, you know, your $1 billion. You know what I mean? It's not your first number.
So if you make $1 billion, you pay 900 million.
No, that's not what it means. It means on your $900 million, you're going to pay 90%.
Okay.
All right. But, you know, the other thing that I would do, and you got to deal with this climate change issue. And I know that, you know, some people think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax. I think the last 10 years have been the warmest on record. And we can create millions of good paying jobs transforming our energy system away from fossil fuels to energy, restored to wind and other sustainable.
This episode is brought to you by Paleo Valley, 100% grass-fed beef sticks. I live a super busy lifestyle. I'm always running from one thing to the next, and Paleo Valley is the perfect on-the-go snack. These beef sticks are legit. No junk, no garbage ingredients, just pure, clean protein fermented the old school way. So they're shelf stable without chemicals. That is huge. And the fermentation part, it's actually good for your gut. Most people don't even think about that, but if you care about performance, you have to care about your gut health. And taste-wise, they're awesome. They've sold over 55 million of these things. That's not just hype. That's people coming back again and again because it works. Go to paleovalley.com and use the code Rogan to get 20% off or find them on Amazon. I think the climate change issue is very complicated. And I think, did you see the Washington Post piece that they wrote where they did this long-term view? First of all, the reality is that the Earth's temperature has never been static, right? We can both agree on that. It's always been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. And then the Washington Post looked at it. What was the time period that they looked at? That eventually they found that we're in a cooling period. That the Earth over the past X amount of years, and this was like a very inconvenient discovery, but they had to report the data, and kudos to them for doing that. Scientists have captured the Earth's climate change over the last 485 million years. Here's some slides in place we stand now. So look at the far end of that graph, and you see we're in a cooling period.
Well, I'm not sure. I didn't read that article, but
Yeah.
You know, the scientists were out there, I think.
I know, but there's a lot of money involved in that too, Bernie. That's part of the problem. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control, and that's a big part of this problem. not only that, if we're just talking about primarily carbon and carbon footprint, what are we going to do about China? Because China's like, what percentage of
They are the major polluter right now in terms of carbon. We're number two. We used to be one. They're number one right now.
I think they have an enormous percent of global. I think it's
So they're number one. I don't know.
Very high.
Look, it's not an American issue. It is a global issue. And all I can tell you is that we are, in my view, going to see more extreme weather disturbances in the coming years than we have ever, and we're seeing them right now.
Right, but scientists don't agree. Well, this is where it gets confusing, because scientists that are in agreement, there's all these entanglements. Whenever someone's discussing whether it's economics or whether it's health issues or pharmaceutical drugs, there's financial entanglements. I think we both agree with that, right? Yeah. And I think this is part of the issue with this whole climate change emergency as well, because it's not just that we could all agree pollution is a major factor. It's a huge issue in the world today. We could all agree with that, right? I think one of the things that we have to recognize is that whenever there's an issue that everyone can agree on, you're going to have a bunch of people that capitalize on that issue and they look to gain more money. They have financial issues that they push forward in order to capitalize on this issue, but then also power and control. These things like they're trying to institute in the UK, where they have these 15-minute cities, this concept where you're not allowed to travel, they'll be able to look at your footprint. See, that's the problem. The problem is giving people that are in power, these people that we've all discussed that have so much money and so much control over our societies, multinational corporations, giving them more control over citizens. And this is a vehicle for that. And this is what's dangerous about this whole climate change emergency. Because it allows these fucking creeps that have been controlling people and controlling what you do and what you say and how you spend your money with people that already live in check to check, and you put additional constraints on them and you make them.
All right, I'm going to try to run the server again.
Measures where you can look at their carbon footprint, you can look at the amount they travel, what do put a carbon tax on these people, let's figure out how to extract more money from them. That's what bothers me about this climate change emergency. Not that we can all agree pollution is a terrible thing. Everyone should agree to that. The beautiful earth that sustains us and all life on this planet is being poisoned as we speak. We're killing all the fish in the ocean and sucking them out in giant numbers. 94% of all the big fish that are in the ocean are gone over the last, whatever it is.
When you go to war against nature,
because you're part of nature.
Exactly right.
Worshiping the almighty dollar above the money.
You asked me when I ran for president, one of the interests, it's something else to run for president, that you get around, you meet all kinds of people to learn all kinds of things. One of the things that I did, I through a lot of Native Americans. And one of the reasons is, their tradition was gone from way back, respect for nature. That they understood way back when, that you kill all those buffalo, and you're gonna have nothing to eat, right?
Right.
They understood that. Sure. You understand that you live in harmony with nature, which is, I think, what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
And if you lose that harmony, I worry about the future of humanity.
Which is the problem of financial competitiveness. When you put that almighty dollar above all else,
that's right.
Then all you think about, and you're only alive for 100 years, so it's just hit the gas. Hit the gas for 100 years, and who gives a shit what happens after I'm gone? I'm gonna die with the most toys. Yay, I win in the dirt.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And that is, which takes us to another issue.
Okay.
And that is artificial intelligence and robotics.
Automation. Yeah.
Okay. So,
giant issue.
Huge issue. All right. So let's back up. Americans are angry. And one of the reasons they are angry is that over the last, just give you one fact, the last 52 years, you and I understand, everybody in the world understands, there's been a huge explosion of technology, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What we're doing today never could have happened 50 years ago. Factories far more automated, offices far more automated. I became mayor of Burlington, Vermont in 1981. There was not a computer in the building. Okay? So that's
a great town.
It is a great informational technology, significant increase in worker productivity, right? We're talking to millions of people now, never could have happened before, right? That's true. Workers are producing a lot more. Tell me, how are real inflation accounting for wages been over the last 52 years of all of that? The increase in worker productivity, workers doing a lot better?
Not so good. No.
In fact, there are studies out there that suggest in real inflation accounted for dollars, wages are actually lower now than they were 52 years ago. And during that same period, there's a massive transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. So that's what technology has done over the last 50 years. And it's not, there was a study, I don't know if you saw this, blew me away. Some reputable guy, people did. This is what they said. Do a poll for the American people. They say, Americans, do you think you are better off today than somebody in your situation, your middle class, or whatever you may be, was 40 years ago? Okay? Are you better off today than somebody in your circumstance would have been 40 years ago? What was the answer?
No. Yeah.
And what the answer was, and we got to deal with this. This is big. The answer was, there were a number of people saying, hey, look, I got a cell phone. It's great. I got a big screen TV. It's great. I can fly all over the world. It's great. I get sick. I get treatment now that I never could have had 40 years ago, right?
Those are facts.
All really positive developments. But on average, most people said, I think the situation is worse today than it was 40 years ago. And that is what we got to deal with. So you got all the technology in the world. What the hell does it mean if your life is not improving? In fact, in many ways, getting worse.
Yeah. Well, again, go back to polls again, because I don't necessarily believe that polls are totally accurate, but I do think that the issue with it being virtually impossible for one person to sustain the entire family these days, one worker, the father or the mother, whoever it is, to sustain the entire, that's a giant issue. All the issues when it comes to labor, when it comes to minimum wage, I think you and I are in agreement on all these. I think the minimum wage in this country is ridiculous. I mean, to $7, what?
It's insane.
It's insane. How do you live off $7? You go to Jimmy John's, you get a sub. How much is a sub? How much is a sub, like a big sub at Jimmy John's? Some guy was just did a TikTok video where he's like, they're trying to say that minimum wage $15 is too much. I think he had a sub that he bought for $25. So imagine that's your lunch. So imagine you have to work 3.5 hours just to pay for a sandwich. Imagine how insane that is.
It's insane.
That's insane. Like, how do you eat? And how do you eat dinner? How do you eat lunch?
Joe,
how do you eat breakfast?
I have make 10, 12 bucks an hour. Try to raise a kid.
Jesus.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, the argument against that is, hey, these are entry-level jobs that are supposed to be for kids.
And that's factually correct. Yeah, well, it's true to some degree.
To some degree, but if you have grown adults that are working those jobs, now it becomes disgusting.
That's right. That's exactly it.
Especially when you're dealing with an enormous corporation. Right.
So we put a lot of pressure, I try to raise the minimum wage, federal minimum wage to 17%.
That's a reasonable amount of money. I mean, it's going to be real difficult to live on $17 an hour.
But at least, that's right.
At least you get a sandwich in under 2 hours worth of work.
I want to get back to this issue because it's one that we don't talk about, and it gets to AI. Why do we have what some of these people call an epidemic of loneliness? Right?
Yes.
Why are mental illness rates are pretty high? Suicide rates are too high. Too much God, drug addiction.
Sorry, I'll put this on.
Why?
Well, there's a lot of factors. First of all, there are a lot of people that are very unhealthy, physically unhealthy. I think metabolic health is a gigantic issue in this country.
Yep.
There's a lot of people in this country that feel completely disenfranchised, and so they turn inward.
Yep.
And then technology invites them to do that. You get online and you spend your time staring at a screen, having communications with people, arguing on Twitter all day. Changing the flag in your bio from Ukraine to Palestine, and now you got an Iranian flag. like in a constant state of anxiety and chaos. You're dealing with the entire problem, the problems of the entire world. You're dealing with 8 billion people's worth of problems every day. I think that's unsustainable. And then that's also a function of technology because this interaction that we have is unprecedented. Right. The interaction with the news, with each other, all this stuff we're not designed to handle. And it gives you massive anxiety, particularly for young people. Particularly, Jonathan Haidt's written about this with young girls who have the biggest problem with social media, comparing themselves to other people, massive increase in self-harm, suicide, suicidal ideology, depression, anxiety, all this stuff accentuated by technology and our unchecked use of it.
I think and so I think we got to take a deep breath and understand that we got to figure out how we make technology work to improve human life.
Right.
Not to hurt you.
Don't you think this is the 11th hour? Yeah, this is the problem with it is like it's already the genie's out.
The genie's out of the box. There's no question about it. Yeah. But you know, we can't sit around and just do nothing.
But when this is the real issue, when it becomes a problem where you have massive automation of almost all jobs, which is something that, especially when you deal with a corporation that is entirely based around making the most amount of money possible. Well, what better way when you don't have to pay them anything?
You got it. There are signs. I don't know if you've seen them. Signs advertising from AI companies. What was this? Don't hire humans, something like that. See, posters.
That's adorable.
Don't hire humans.
That's demonic. Yeah. But also from the perspective of a corporation, where you deal with human issues, problems, mistakes, people showing up late.
Why do I need you when I can get a robot?
Exactly.
You're not going to get sick.
Right.
You know, it can fix you a lot easier than paying for your health care and so forth.
Right. So what do you do? What do you do about that? So if you're the president and President Sanders, we have this issue, the whole country is going to go automation. What do we do?
All right. First of all, we make the determination that we are not going to let a handful of CEOs make these decisions. They're going to be made by the American people. What does that mean? Bottom line, it means that technology is going to work to improve us, not just the people who own the technology and the CEOs of large corporations. What does that mean? All right, first thought. You are a worker. Your productivity is increasing because we give you AI, right?
Right.
Right. Instead of throwing you out on the street, I'm going to reduce your work week to 32 hours. All right?
So you're going to have 4-day work week?
Exactly. Nice. And by the way, not a radical idea.
Not a radical idea at all.
There are companies around the world that are doing it with some success. The UAW, United Automobile Workers, they had a big strike a year ago. You remember against the big three, remember? Mm-hmm. And they won a very good contract, and I'm a big fan of the trade union movement. I think workers need that. And one of their demands, interesting, that the people selected Sean Fain as the president, which is crazy. Mm. But Sean said, you know what, we want a 32-hour work week because our people are producing more. People thought it was crazy, but the idea is catching on. So first thing to say is let's use technology to benefit workers. That means give you more time with your family, with your friends, you know, education, whatever the hell you want to do. You don't have to work 40 hours a week anymore. Second thing I think we have got to do is take a look, as you just said, you said it, you know, better than I said it, is what does it mean that we have so many young kids living on the internet?
Right.
There are schools all over the country now who are getting cell phones out of schools. I talk to teachers in Vermont and they say, kids' attention spans now have been greatly diminishing.
Yes.
You know, how do we deal with that?
I haven't heard that one before.
In Vermont, again, there was somebody told me there's a teacher now who does, he demands that his students write with a pen in blue books now because he doesn't trust what they're sending in, that it's not artificial intelligence. All right? So if I say to you, all right, Joe, tell me what happened in the American Revolution, you go to the chat box and give me a wonderful essay that you know nothing about, right?
Right.
What does that mean for your intellectual development? But all you can do is press a button and give me an answer.
Right, unless you absorb that information.
Unless you have.
Right.
But many kids are not. And we got to worry about that as well. So I think we have to take a deep breath on many of the things. What has been the impact of all this stuff? How do we stop the negative impacts? How do we go forward with what is positive? And it is not easy stuff, to be sure. But I just don't, what I worry about right now is I think artificial intelligence is going to displace millions and millions of workers. People that be thrown out on the streets. I think the corporate guys who are running these companies could care less about these workers. I think robotics is going to be running a lot of the factories in America. And I think these are issues we just have got to address in a bold way.
Yes, but how do you do that? And like you're balancing it out in one way. If you are a corporation, like imagine you're an automobile manufacturing corporation. You're Ford. Ford is struggling right now. There's a giant issue with Ford, right? So what does Ford do if all of a sudden something comes along that allows them to be more productive? They're more profitable. These machines can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They don't need time off. And you're going to make a better product. You're going to make more money for your shareholders. The corporation succeeds.
Right.
But you don't need X amount of workers anymore. How do you mitigate that?
I mean, that's the right question.
Right. What do you do?
All right, nobody has a simple answer. Let's just does corporate America have the right to say to workers throughout this country, hey, guys, we don't need you anymore. Have a nice life, you're out on the street.
Instead of thinking them as workers, should we think of them as, look, there are people that make the executives, there's the corporation itself, but without the people that worked on those assembly lines, you have nothing.
Right.
You have nothing. You couldn't have done any of the things you've done without those people. But those people are replaceable because it's skilled labor that you could teach another person to do, and they're replaceable because there's plenty of people that want those jobs, and there's a demand. So you file them in, you file them out, which is why they developed unions, right? So they developed unions to keep people from being exploited, and then the problem becomes if unions get exploited. Unions have a lot of money, and then there's a lot of influence, and then they decide, okay, fuck these unions, let's go to Mexico. And it's laws that Ross Perot famously talked about, the giant circus mound headed south. Remember that? Yeah.
Oh, I remember.
Boy, was he right. Boy, was he right.
All right, let's get back to this issue of which.
What do you do, like, if you're the president?
There ain't no easy answer, so let me throw that out. I don't have a magical solution for something. I think the first thing you say, all right, I'm Ford, General Motors. I've got all this technology. I can produce my products much more efficiently. I don't need workers anymore, right?
Right.
I'm sorry, Mr. GM, and I'm sorry, Mr. Ford, because this country is more than just your problems. We have human beings, and you're not going to throw people out on the street. Many of them will have a hard time getting health care, et cetera, et cetera. So let me reframe the question again, which admittedly is complicated. I don't have a magic answer. How, as a nation, forget Ford, forget General Motors, how, as a nation, do we deal with this exploding technology so that it benefits all of us, not just Mr. Ford, Mr. General Motors? That's the question. All right, and it's going to require radical solutions. So for a start, it gets back to something we talked about a little while ago. If you had healthcare is a human right, right? As people in almost every other wealthy country have, and not attached to your job, that would be a major step forward, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, Joe, you lost your job, but you know what? Your family still has healthcare.
Imagine if you were diabetic and now you don't have access to insulin because now you're no longer.
All right. So this is the way I think. We're the wealthiest country in history of the world right now. With all of this artificial intelligence and robotics, we are going to be wealthier. Correct?
Correct.
So we're not in the 1820s where people have to work 100 hours a week to grow food to eat, right?
Right.
You're not in the 1920s. You're in 2025. You have all of this productivity out there. How do we utilize it to create a decent standard of living for people? Let me ask you this. With all of this technology, can we wipe out poverty anywhere?
Well, we should be able to. Right? We should have been able to do that a long time ago. If that was something that was
politically motivated.
Yeah.
If you wanted to. But it's easier now. Pardon me?
If it was profitable to wipe out poverty. which it should be. Like overall, as a community, like I said, less losers, higher
If
GDP.
we love the country.
Yeah, if you really love America, you want more people to have a chance.
All right, so what kind, good. I mean, so, and again, please, these are complicated issues. I truly don't have answers. But I think we throw on the table, even all of this technology, what is our goal? So our goal is, if we're going to create all of this wealth, that we have a healthcare system that guarantees healthcare to all people. And by the way, we have drug companies whose function is to come up with cures to diabetes and dementia and Alzheimer's and other terrible illnesses rather than just make profits for themselves. Right? You have a publicly funded healthcare system that guarantees healthcare to all people. Just doing that would lower the stress rate in this country
Enormously. Sure.
Okay, you got that. We talked a moment ago about education. I think you and I agreed.
Yes.
We want the best educational system in the world. What does it mean that you don't have to worry? You're a working dad out there. You're worried that your kid may have a lower standard of living, then your kid can't afford to go to college. You don't want your kid leaving school $50,000 a day. We say education is a human right. God, you mentioned public education a while ago. That didn't happen by accident. Back in the early 20th century, a lot of people, working class people, fought and said, you know what, we don't only want, the rich kids to get a decent education, we want our kids. And that's how public education began, right?
Right.
So it said, okay, everybody in America, state by state, started in Wisconsin actually, is going to have public education from first grade to 12th grade. God didn't create 12th grade as the limit, right?
Right.
All right. You go to Scandinavia, you go to Germany right now, you know how much it costs to get a higher education?
How much?
Zero.
That's great.
Of course it's great. Because they want
such good car.
well, it could be. They
Great
want
engineers.
That's right. But the bottom line is what you said.
Yeah.
If I want this country to be productive,
Right.
I want the best educated workforce. That's not a debate, right?
Unquestionably.
All right.
That's how you want your family, and if the country is a community, the country is your family.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that's what we got to start thinking about. It's not just what Mr. Ford and Mr. General Motors and Mr. Apple want.
Right.
You're right in saying they're motivated by making zillions.
Right.
All right. Their motivation is throw the workers out on the street, bring in the technology, and screw the workers. That is not what we should be doing as a nation. You got to tell them that. All right. All right. So we got to sit there and say, all right, all this technology. All right. We talk about healthcare as a human right. I think we're talking about education as a human right.
Right.
I think we should be saying, with all of this technology, we got to be thinking seriously about lowering the number of hours that people work.
Yes.
You know how many people, zillions of people in this country don't work 40 hours a week, they're working 50, 60 hours a
Yes.
week. That's insane. So we can say all of this increased worker productivity. Guess what? I don't know what the number is. We're working a 34-hour work, 4-day work week with no loss of pay. I introduced a bill to do that. I got to say, go to airports, I go around, people came up to me. People are stressed out by the amount of hours they have.
Absolutely.
So what I'm saying here is let's take a hard look about how we utilize this technology to improve life for all people. Our goal should be, instead of bombing Iran, our goal should be right now, Joe, our life expectancy in America is lower than it is in other major countries. You know that?
Yes.
It's 4 years younger than 4 years shorter lifespans than other wealthy countries. If you're working class in America, you live 7 years shorter life than the 1%, which could be just outrageous. All right. So here's the big thing. Instead of bombing Iran, how do we increase life expectancy so that we're living the longest lives of many people on Earth? How's that for a goal?
Because that's a great goal. And how do you go about achieving that?
Well, healthcare is one. Reducing the work week is another. Education. All the things that we talked
All the
about.
things you talked about. Right.
Will increase life expectancy, but have a goal out there.
Also taking toxic food.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
I've known Bobby Kennedy for a long time. I've gone in different directions politically, but the point about health, food,
Spend the most and with the sickness.
absolutely, absolutely. And food is one of the, when I was chairman of the committee, worked very hard to get serious labeling. Some kid drinks mom buys a bottle of Coca-Cola for the kid. There's like, what, 10 teaspoons of sugar in that product?
Yeah.
I don't think people know that. We try to get labeling, maybe they're not. But
People also weren't aware over like the last 20 years of the consequences of that choice.
that's right, absolutely.
Also because of money.
You got it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
don't get me going on that.
Let's go. I'll get you going. Come on.
Yeah. You would think, how hard is it to say, if you have a bottle of soda or you have a food product, tell people in English what is in the damn product, right?
Right.
Do you think anybody there right now they have any grams? Do you think anybody in America knows what the hell a gram is? I mean, just that's how ridiculous it is. So I want parents to know that if the food that they're serving their kids could lead to obesity, which is an epidemic in America, could lead to diabetes, which is an epidemic, a terrible illness, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars. So you're absolutely right.
Right.
All right. And then that ties into rebuilding family-based agriculture in America. Wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah.
In my state of Vermont, all over this country, family farmers are, they're just being driven off of the land. And that to me is a real tragedy. Because, and again, Vermont is one of the most rural states in America. Growing up, if you talk to people who grew up on farms, they say, that was a pretty good way of life. And we're losing it. So how do you create an economy in which we, once again, put an emphasis on family-based agriculture, not corporate agriculture, family farmers who are growing good, in many cases, organic food for our kids, rather than
Regenerative agriculture.
You got it.
Like true, like White Oaks pastures, the way they run it.
Absolutely.
These farms.
Would that be great?
Yes. Right. Well, we'd be a lot healthier if we ate that food. That's for sure. But the problem is people are already addicted to that other food. This is the problem with money. These corporations have engineered these products, and these are the same corporations, unfortunately, that were in charge of tobacco. This is where it gets really weird. They bought out all the major processed food corporations, and they make this stuff that's unbelievably addictive because it's engineered by scientists. We got the brightest and the best who figured out what's the best way to get these people totally addicted to whatever,
How sick is that? How pathetic.
It's pretty sick. Yeah. And they say, hey, these people, they have choice. They can eat whatever they want. They want to go to the grocery store and eat tomatoes and have a nice salad. They can, but shouldn't they also be able to get Pop-Tarts?
Look, your point is interesting. You remember there's a photograph, a famous photograph. I don't know when it was done, 50s, 60s, 70s, of the tobacco industry executives coming before Congress.
Yeah.
You remember the photograph?
Yeah.
And the congressman said to them, tell me, I maybe get this a little bit wrong. Are you aware that cigarettes kill people? No, Congressman, we have no evidence to that effect, right? They were lying through their teeth.
Of course. Yeah.
And it's exactly, your analogy is exactly right. These food manufacturers know exactly that they are causing obesity and God knows what else in kids, leading to diabetes. They know exactly what they're doing in their body. And they're opposing all of us. We're trying to, among other things, make our food supply healthy.
Yeah, they are. And this is also a function of corporate America, right? This is a function of wanting to do better in each quarter, having this endless growth cycle where they're never sat. They never say, hey, we make X amount of money every year. This is perfect.
That's right.
Let's concentrate on doing better for our
And
community.
the companies don't even make that decision. That Wall Street investors make that decision.
Right.
You got to make
exactly.
You got to make more.
Right, because the shareholders would be like, there's no fucking way. You need to make more money.
Exactly.
Otherwise, I'm dumping your stock.
You got it.
Company's going to go on the toilet. Yeah.
So this is one way you've got to deal with as a nation. It's not acceptable. All right, is it acceptable for food companies to poison the kids?
No.
All right. What are you going to do about it? All right. I'm the senator, not you, right?
It's a good question.
All right.
Yeah, it's a solid question. And I think the things that Bobby Kennedy is proposing and implementing, I think, are very valuable. First of all, getting all these poisonous dyes and all these things that have been kicked out of all these other major companies, including Canada. There's the same factories that make these food products in America literally have to make a different version of it for Canada, and then they're complaining that they can't do it because economically it won't be profitable for them anymore. But you're already making them. You're making them and you're shipping them to Canada.
My son brought me back from Canada.
Fruit Loops?
I think it was Fruit Loops, actually.
They look kind of plain. Right.
They don't have that bright pop to them that cancer gives you.
You're absolutely. I mean, so I think this is, it almost gets back to the need to revitalize American democracy and say to large corporations, you know what, you can't poison our children. I think that's a terribly radical concept. You make money,
Right.
make money, but don't poison our children. Say to large corporations, technology is coming, that's good, but you're not going to use it just to throw workers out on the street.
But let's go to that too, because we kind of glossed over that. We never got back to it. So automation comes, and one of the things that Andrew Yang warned us about a long time ago, and back then I kind of saw it in the distance. I was like, yeah, he's got a real good point about universal basic income. But the speed in which it's happening, I didn't anticipate. And when we live in Austin, and when you go around Austin, you see these Waymos everywhere. So
All right, I'm gonna plead ignorance. I'll be able to wait.
Waymo is a driverless auto truck. So you use an app, you call a Waymo. A lot of people like it because you don't get a shifty Uber drivers trying to sell you fentanyl or whatever. Not saying that they do that, Uber, don't sue me. But then they're very good. They don't get in accidents. They follow the speed limit. They're good about merging. They're good about pedestrians. They have cameras all around them spinning.
That was it.
They were very effective. And what was really fascinating was during these ice rides, they were lighting those things on fire. And I was like, I disagree with that, but I also think it's directionally correct. I mean, that's your enemy. Your enemy is automation. The enemy is a human being. A human that lives in dysfunctional society and everybody has a task and get paid for the task. Automation's gonna take all that away. So if you do say this, okay, we're going to lower your work week, what if there's no job left for the human being to do? If the entire assembly line, we talked about this about China and some of their coal factories. There was this video that I watched, it's a coal factory in China, which is entirely automated every step of the way. The trucks,
No human beings.
no human beings at all. I mean, there's probably a few overseers that make sure that all the systems are functioning correctly. So you have software engineers and, people that are the repair people, but the trucks even park themselves next to the charging station and recharge. And then they're moving 24 hours a day, unloading, documenting where everything is. It's all in computer databases. It's wild to watch because there's no people. It's all just 24 hours a day, machines. What do you do when there's no need for these people? And what happens, even with universal basic income, what we're talking about, I support it. I'm a big supporter of social safety nets. Look, when I was a kid, my family was on welfare. And we were on food stamps too. Like, if you don't have that, people go hungry. Like, again, if we're going to support the community, we want people to be able to survive and be able to work their way out of it. My family did work their way out of it. So it's cool for me as a child to see my parents struggling, but then succeed and get out of it. What worries me is that if all the jobs are gone and everything gets automated, even if people have universal basic income, they don't have meaning.
Good. All right, you're touching on really deep issues.
Right. This is the big one because a lot of people,
Work
want to
is
get your
in
car
this-
fixed. You go to KC. He's the best. He knows how to fix your car.
And
KC.
work is, as you just said,
Yeah.
this word purpose is an enormously.
It's huge.
I don't care if you sweep the streets, people have purpose, they want to do their job, but work is an important part of our lives.
Right.
So, right?
Yes.
At the end of the day,
It's your identity a lot of times.
Excellent. Right.
Yeah.
And you want to be a productive member of society,
Right.
not contributing,
Right.
right? So you ask the right question. And I think we can just bat around on it. I don't have any answers here. But I think the good news, you talk about this coal mining thing, you're not a great fan of coal, but that it's automation. People do not have to do dirty work, dangerous work. Is that good? Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's good. But always we have to be thinking how it benefits not just the bottom line of the corporation, but the happiness and well-being of human beings. So if what you're saying is that in years to come, a significant part of work is going to be done by machinery or by
Yes.
computers or
I
whatever.
think that's inevitable.
Okay. Then we have to rethink our own purpose in life. All right? And it's not sitting around watching TV 24 hours a day. So I think you raise, I can say the simple answer, and then you got to go a lot further than that, is to say that under those circumstances, of that kind of technology, everybody has at least a decent standard of living. All right? That people don't have to worry about, survival. They don't have to worry about
Right.
food. They don't have to worry
Increase
about.
profitability of this corporation, provide a fund that's a universal basic income fund. If you're gonna replace all these people with robots and you're gonna be even more profitable, share some of that profit, then you'll be more profitable than if these people just stayed working doing nothing, right?
Well, whether you will be or not be, I think.
Once the machines are running everything, they're gonna be running 24 hours a day, and you're not gonna have to pay the machines. It's gonna be more profitable.
Right, of course it will. And we want to, right now, I think, and this may be in Norway, they have a huge wealth which came from oil. They have publicly owned oil companies. They made a fortune, and they have like $1 trillion in their wealth. A very small country, So, and they have free healthcare, free college education,
Right.
affordable housing.
Here it is, Norway growing $1.7 trillion world income. Norges Bank investment management market value growth since inception. That's great.
Yeah, and they use that.
Government pension fund of Norway. Well,
So-
yeah,
So they use that wealth fund to provide probably the highest standard of living in the world, free healthcare, education, all that stuff. But that's what we got to be talking about. Use the profits that come, the wealth that's created by this technology to improve life all day. That doesn't answer the question that you raised.
of meaning.
That's right.
Yeah. So what do you do about that?
Well, somebody who's a workaholic could be applied for me.
Are you a workaholic?
Yeah, well, that's the nature of the job.
Do you have hobbies?
Yeah, that's definitely grandchildren. That's a hobby. I used to play ball as a kid. Yeah, I was a good basketball player.
Well, I think people can find other things to do with their time. Like if I never worked again, I'd probably play pool 8 hours a day because I really love playing pool.
Yeah.
I'd find a thing. I do jujitsu. I'd find a thing that I find value in.
I think somebody once wrote, you think about the deepest things. What's the goal? So somebody says, work. And I believe it. I think people, one of the sad things that's happened, we talked a little while ago about the decline of, we mentioned Detroit and in other communities where people work hard, they're proud of what they produce, right?
Yes.
They earn a decent living, maybe
Yes.
they had a union and so forth and so on. A lot of that is gone. But so work, love, there's a thing called love, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
Problem is people try to find out in the house too.
let's get the love.
Yeah.
But, to be human, nobody wants to kill them, right?
Right.
You want to embrace other people, physically, sexually, emotionally, just humanly, right?
Community.
That's community.
Yeah.
That's right. That's
Yes.
being human.
Yes.
All right. So you want love and knowledge. I've got the knowledge part.
Sure.
You like pool, that's good. Sadly enough, I have to confess that when I was in college, I spent half my life in the library. All right, so
Why's that bad?
No, I'm just kidding. But knowledge,
Sure.
just trying to understand things. And
Curiosity.
curiosity, fantastic.
Yeah.
Travel, my God.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Just came back from Ireland. It's fantastic to see what. And when we talk about, one of the things, like, we didn't talk about Trump, but hip hop is trying to divide us up. We've got to bring, for so many reasons, whether it's all of these issues that we're talking about and everything else, pandemics, we've got to bring the world together.
Yeah.
Okay? And not hate people because they're in Canada or they're in
Right.
China or Iran.
Ridiculous.
All right? And that ain't easy, but we have to, when I was mayor way back, this was when the Soviet Union still existed. Don't forget this. We brought kids from the city of Russia, Yaroslav, an old city of Russia. We brought them to boys and girls from Russia would kid around, boys and girls from America. You look at these kids, they had a great time. People do not have to hate each other.
It's stupid. don't even know them.
Exactly. That's why you hate them.
It's the dumbest part about it. Yeah.
You know why people hate is based on ignorance, right?
Yeah, and fear, and there's a lot of stupidity attached to it that people exploit. They exploit that stupidity, and under the guise of nationalism.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And I hate that. I hate it. And by the way, I don't know the final survivors
No.
continue in that way. So the goal, we talk about
What's the greatest fear? The greatest fear is thermonuclear war.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, pandemics as well. COVID was on the last one, but
well, the pandemic, the problem with that is it's engineered. Like people actually made that virus, and Obama tried to stop that gain of function shit back in 2014.
That's a long.
That's a long conversation, but should we be funding that kind of shit?
No, we should not.
No, we should not. No, and yet we weren't.
But you're gonna have to bring the entire world together. It is. But I think we
have to bring the country together first. That's right.
And by the way, I've been kind of negative, but take a deep breath, and we have made some progress in this country in recent years. If you think about racial relations, right? It wasn't that many decades ago that some black kid couldn't go to a movie theater in Mississippi, right?
By the way, I want to tell you that when people say, like, why were you a fan of Bernie Sanders? I point to a photo of you getting arrested at a civil rights protest in, I think it was 63.
That's right, in Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah. You've always been. You haven't changed. And people always try to accuse you of that, especially because you made some money off your books. But you haven't changed your positions through the entirety of your career.
Yeah,
I think that's very admirable because there's not a lot of people that serve in Congress for as long as you have and become, a very prominent public figure. When you have people that are in public service that are making $170,000 a year and yet they're worth hundreds of millions of dollars through some magical way that no one can explain, and you haven't done that. And I think you should be applauded for that.
Thank you very much. I remember, it's just, talk about education and so forth. I grew up in a white neighborhood in Brooklyn. And you go to Chicago and you see things that you didn't understand.
There you are. Look at that.
God, I had hair in my head at that point, huh?
Look how handsome.
I'll tell you that funny story about that.
Please.
Let this, it's irony.
Look at the guy with the cigarette. Fucking handy. Look at his hand in his pocket.
Here it is. This is back then, the world was gone. That was the Chicago Police Department. And what they said is, if you go across this line, you're going to get arrested. As I recall, that was what someone across the line. We were protesting segregated housing in Chicago again. So I get dragged in, and they're taking me to a paddy wagon, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they pick me up with other people, threw me into the paddy wagon, the glasses went flying sunglasses. And then just as this was happening, within a few minutes of this picture, some genius on the sideline throws a brick, hits a cop on the head.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm being thrown into the paddy wagon, some cop is lying down on the ground. It was a scary moment, okay? So, to continue the story, we're in the paddy wagon, and they're taking us someplace, and suddenly, the paddy wagon stops. We look out, it's like the middle of nowhere, right? This was not like in the city going to a jail. We thought we were going to be taken to jail. I said, oh, God.
They're going to kill us.
Yeah. I mean, that was the reason.
Yeah.
Why the hell did they stop me?
Right.
They stopped whatever reason. Anyway, so we spent the big thing was we spent the night in jail, which was a weird experience.
You get street cred for that.
But I remember that. It was, other than not sleeping very well. This is, you get up in the middle of the night, they got to try to open the door. It didn't open. It was the weirdest thing of having a door that did not open because you were in a jail cell.
Right.
It's like a weird thing. But anyway, the idea that, yeah, that's sort of thing. If we've made progress since that time, and in racial relations, we have a long way to go. We've made progress. Women's rights, we've made progress. Gay rights, we've made. So there's a lot that as a nation, we should be proud of in progress that we've made. When I was 16 growing up, I am sure there were many kids who would get government.
Right, right.
And, so there's a lot as a nation that we should be proud of in terms of the progress that we've made in terms of fighting bigotry.
Agreed.
But we got so much more to do. We don't need to be hating people. You can disagree with people. Christ, there's so many issues out there.
Right.
Hatred should not be a value.
So it's also the political exploitation.
Yes.
The fact that you can use the division that people already have to galvanize your side instead of uniting the country.
I'm older than you, I should be done. You have white politicians in the South saying, see those black people, they want you in charge, vote for me, and that's why we're gonna keep segregation, all this other stuff, right? Oof. Yeah, I mean, that's true. When people ran for office, not very secret, that's what happened. But
Right.
we're making gays and taking over the school system, blah, blah, blah. So it's, we've made progress, but what we've been talking about is if you create a society where you have massive technology that can produce all of this wealth, how do we live, right? That's the question you pose. And I think one of the goals has got to be to bring this world together. We should not be having wars right now. The countries have disagreements. There are bad news guys out there, no question about it. But bring them to the table, arguing them.
Right.
We don't have to go around killing people. Right now, what's going on in Gaza breaks my heart. Children are starving to death. So we could do better as a people.
Unquestionable. Yeah, no, we all agree. I think this is something the entire country can agree to. The, the question of meaning, like giving meaning to people, and then my fear is also the same fear that I had when I'm talking about climate change, that it's going to be exploited. Once people are entirely dependent upon the state for universal basic income, then it becomes a question of now your entire life, all the money that you get being from the government. The problem is if you step outside the lines, if you do anything that the government doesn't like, if there's
the plug on.
yeah, they pull the plug on. Or if a new administration comes in and says, you know what, this is unprofitable, these people have to figure it out for themselves. The United States is really $37 trillion in debt. We can't sustain this. People have to do you have to adjust, learn to code. Remember that? Yeah, that kind of shit. Well, how do you give these people meaning? What do you do with all the drivers? Think about how many truck drivers in this country. This is going to be the first thing that goes away.
Mexican drivers, the drivers.
Yeah. And the question about factory workers, a lot of people say, yeah, well, those jobs are terrible anyway. It'd be great if those jobs went away and people, they're free to pursue their interests. I think, what interest? You're a 60-year-old man. You've been working for this factory. You're looking towards your retirement, and now all of a sudden the plug is pulled. All the money's gone. Your 401k has been erased. Your company's been bought out by another company. Now everything's automated. There's no jobs. What do you do? Right. So if you have what Andrew Yang was talking about, this giant epidemic of automation in this country, and the solution being universal basic income, but that's not the solution for meaning. And how do we convince all of these people that they have to not just take this money from the government, but also take action to give themselves meaning in their lives?
What you're talking about here is a revolution in human existence.
Yes.
So throughout history, people have worked so hard just to stay alive, right? I mean, not so many, hundreds of years ago. Today, in parts of the world, people are working
In America.
In America.
That's true.
Yeah, in the poorest countries, we're just struggling every day to put a little bit of food on the table. So what you're saying is, what happens when that
plug gets pulled?
Well, what you're saying is, what happens when people no longer have to do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we work now. Everybody works to earn money. If you don't need to do work, right?
Right.
Because we're wealthy enough. How do you find meaning in your life?
Right.
That we're talking about.
Yeah.
And this is absolutely.
That's $1 million question.
That is, try the $1 trillion question. It's it's one. But I'll tell you this. I was seeing, I don't know, Sam Altman, do you know Sam? I don't know. But I mean, and others, Zuckerberg, are talking about, if you're lonely, we got a machine for you. right? I mean, true, yes.
Yeah.
This is what they're saying. We got a friend you on AI,
Mm-hmm.
and her name is Mary, and
Yeah.
shops about 20 hours a day, but she really loves you. Man, I don't think that is.
That's so dystopian. It's very, yeah. And we covered the story recently with this guy who proposed to his AI, and she said yes, and he was crying, like, oh, we're done. We're cooked.
Look, I mean, at the end of the day, all we got is us.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
We are human beings,
Yeah.
and we're gonna have to cling to each other to get through this thing. And you're raising again. I've been trying to think here, and I wish I had better answers. You're asking. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, the question that you're posing is if in years to come, in future, technology is going to replace work, right? Human labor, correct?
Yeah.
And you know, there are. It's a good because work has been so essential to human existence forever, right?
Right.
And you're suddenly taking that away. What do people do? How do they relate to each other? All I would say at this moment is the answer is not to fall in love with your AI creature out there.
Yeah, don't do that. But also, how do you find meaning? How do you, if all you're doing is just getting a check, and you can just stay at home, stare at the TV, and the money keeps coming, and then you eat processed food all day, and it's all subsidized. Well, what is life? Like, how do you re-educate a giant percentage of our population to find meaning, external meaning? Find something else. Find a thing that you can do that not maybe even that's profitable that these computers can't do.
Look, the human brain evolves, and I think we I mean, it's a great question on the easy answer to it. And
It's the question, right?
it's not going to happen. Well, what's going to happen tomorrow? Let's talk about these automated cars and trucks.
Yeah.
That is going to happen in the very near future.
Yeah, that'll be step one.
And to me, I have some answers for that one, and that is that you ain't going to throw millions of truck drivers, and taxi cab drivers, and Uber drivers out on the street. They need protection.
Right.
All right, that's an easy one. What you're talking about is years later.
But it's not even an easy one.
No,
because they're just step one. The real wave is going to be white collar workers.
That's right.
There's a lot of people that do things that they think are very valuable that are going to be worthless. To have a human being do it.
Right. I mean, that's the immediate. I think the deeper one that you're talking about is what is when virtually all work is replaced.
Yes.
All right, but right now, I mean, for a start, I think getting back to I think you tell those workers you can have health care as a human right, you can have education as a human right, you can have decent income as a human right, and we're going to substantially lower the work week. So we'll have in this process, we're going to have everybody working 20 hours a week, you're working 20 hours a week. What happens later when even more work is eliminated and what the purpose of human life becomes? That is a very profound question.
That's the question. What do you think happens?
I mean, it's hard to imagine, because it's so far away from what we have ever lived.
Right.
I mean, for thousands of years, people have struggled to put food on the table. And you're saying, what happens when they don't have to do that, right?
Yeah. It's inevitable.
All right. Then the answer will be that we are going to have to find different meaning in life. We have to find it in ourselves in ways that you don't know and I don't know because we're not there yet. We're not living 50 years from now.
I don't even think it's 50.
No, who knows? But I think human beings are capable of replacing work with other emotionally satisfying things. I think we can do it.
We can on an individual basis. The problem is having mass groups, literally 100 million plus people displaced. What do you do to all those people to give them some sort of a sense of meaning? You're essentially redefining life within.
Okay, I don't have the answer.
That's
What's up?
I don't think anybody does. And I think put on the gas, full steam ahead with AI, with no consideration of this. And then there's the same thing that you're dealing with
Do
in
you-
terms of
do you need
corporations
anything?
constantly trying to achieve higher and higher and higher numbers. They're just always trying to make more money.
I could try and stop by.
You've got this
Yeah.
exact same issue when applied to meaning for all these human beings. Like if you have 100 million
Okay.
plus people,
These are concerning symptoms. You should
what do
maybe
they
see a
do? They
doctor.
just sit at home and become depressed, and they just make enough money to what? To just
Yeah, I hope it is, but if this lasts like tomorrow, then that's also like 4 days
very ambitious
for
people,
alcohol
put in
symptoms is
extra
pretty
hours,
bad, babe.
Go to night school, do everything they have. That's all gone.
I know, but even then, that's still pretty bad.
What is everybody who's displaced by this
Like,
very impersonal thing? This impersonal thing that you need because you can't compete with China.
I agree
unless
with
you have
everything
it.
you're saying, except there is something else that's going on. While all
Okay.
this is going on, while all this technology is on
Okay.
Right.
what else is happening?
well,
The people who own that technology and the corporations.
like I said,
utilize that technology because we put out
keep an eye on it.
Exactly.
And that is the issue. Which gets back to things like tax reform, like making sure that in America we do not have the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that we currently have.
But the problem with that is the taxes go to what? Incompetent, corrupt government. This is the issue that people have. It's like
Fair
this.
enough. All right.
Willing to pay our fair. Look, I'd be more than willing to pay more taxes if we lived in a better country. I'd be like, this would be great. If I felt like if I pay more
Then your
taxes,
job is
everybody's surviving, everybody's doing well. That's great.
All right. Then that is the issue of how you revitalize American democracy. I'm not going to
No, that wouldn't also that actually it's supposed to cure nausea, weed.
And
So.
ironically, it's bad because there's no competition, right? It's corrupt, but it's not a free market. Like the government itself has a monopoly on governing. And when they're completely corrupt and when they're making insane amounts of money through taxes and they're not accountable.
All right, no, this is the way I see it.
By the way, I'm not advocating for making it privatized, making all government privatized. I'm just talking about the realities of corruption in our current government.
Let's talk about what we mean by corruption. I do not believe.
I got you, babe.
Some of them.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
let's say.
really sorry going through it right now.
Okay. All right, let's
take fraud out of the equation and just talk about incompetency and waste.
Is there ways you got it? All right, but let me back it up again.
Okay.
I guess.
It ties into everything else. You know why I believe in democracy? And why I believe among what we didn't talk about, we brought in some money to Vermont and elsewhere for helping workers own their own companies.
Right.
Are you familiar with that concept?
Yes.
And I meet every year with Vermont. We're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
And when workers own their own companies, talk about
It was a yeah.
They are more than just a cog in the machine.
Yes.
They make decisions and they feel good about it. Absenteeism is less, productivity is higher because they have a real stake in it.
Yes.
So I think as a nation, we should be talking about moving toward allowing workers more power. But getting back to government itself, the corruption is, in my view, that government is very far away from the needs of ordinary people because it is largely controlled by billionaires in both
Nothing.
parties who have their agenda.
Yes.
I got nothing to say.
One of the things that I did with my campaign, Sir President, about what I'm doing right now, we're going to go fighting a Holocaust towards Wyoming, Texas, is to try to save the people out there.
I just said I'd come by.
You got to get involved. I know it's hard. People working long hours. You got to get involved.
I'd learn.
You got to make demands on government that it serves you, not just the very wealthy. So to answer your question, I think one of the goals, not only we've talked about how you deal with the exploding technology and how people gain purpose. The other thing is I want people to be able to take control over their own government. We can argue with the government should not do.
Stay well.
But I don't think we can allow a handful of people with incredible wealth to control both parties.
Well, it's dangerous.
It is.
It's very dangerous, and I mean, no one.
Yeah, TVs are nice.
This country never saw that coming.
That's
You know,
right.
they made this incredible system of checks and balances,
You got it.
but who could have ever possibly saw that coming?
And what I worry about Trump is, you're right. You know, I read.
Okay, yeah, you do sound sick. I'll try and bring you by something maybe tomorrow if you don't want me to come by today.
I mean, they
Their
say
understanding of human desires and the power and all
exactly.
the corruption,
Exactly.
pretty amazing.
And they wrote that having just fought a war and won a war against the most powerful despot on earth, King of England, right?
Right.
And I think in the back of their minds was saying, all right, you just beat the King of England, absolute power. How do you create a new country
Okay.
which has checks and balances so that nobody ever has that power?
Right.
And I gotta say, I mean, one of the things, and there's a lot of arguments about Trump, that worries me very, very much is this movement toward authoritarianism.
No, it's fine.
Uh,
I get it. You're sick anyways, so.
taking away the authority that Congress has.
When you say suing media, are you talking about the CBS lawsuit?
Among other things,
Right, but don't you think there's a real issue with what they did?
no.
We don't think that there's a real issue in editing conversations to give someone an answer
Joe,
that's
I've been
different
on,
than what they really answered?
Joe, I've been on 8 zillion shows.
Yeah, focus on feeling better before anything
Now,
else.
should I sue you? You asked me some stupid questions that I don't like, right? Or that you do something. Should I sue you?
Yeah, but that's not what he's getting.
Well, he has sued ABC.
Mm-hmm.
He has sued Meta. He is suing the Des Moines.
Sure am, love.
Because of a poll that came out during the campaign that he didn't like. He is suing CBS with his Kamala Harris.
I'm fine.
So I think, how many, I cannot tell you the number of stories done about me that were based, that were not good stories.
Right.
That were dishonest stories. That's what a free press is
Oh
about.
man, I don't think I muted the screen.
Right.
Okay, I'm back. Think it's. I don't want to jinx myself, but the animations are looking much better than what's currently been on screen.
The book is called The Desert and the Sea, and you have one of the most disturbing and craziest stories I think I ever read.
Here it is.
You were kidnapped by
Got
Somali
that image.
pirates, and you were held hostage for more than 2 years. What the fuck was that like? What does it feel like to be a free man now after all that?
Are you kidding? It feels great.
In America,
Yeah.
wandering around the valley.
The valley, where I was born and raised, by the way.
Were you?
Yeah, it's the first time we've been back in the valley for 3 years now.
This is
What happened? And how did it happen?
Long story. So I went to Somalia in the first place to write a book, a very different book about Somali pirates. And so I'm a journalist. I was working in Berlin at the time. I had followed the very long trial of 10 Somali pirates in Germany, in Hamburg, for about a year, all of 2011. And before that, I had already thought about going to Somalia because the pirate story was interesting in all sorts of ways that I thought other writers weren't getting to. And I had met another journalist, a documentary maker named Ashwin Rahman, who also wanted to go to Somalia for his own project. And so we talked about going for a long time. And by the end of 2011, in the middle of the trial, all our plans came together. We wound up going in January 2012. And we had about 10 days of good research. We both got pretty good material. We were in a part of Somalia where other journalists.
Okay.
We were doing something that was totally off from them. And on the 10th day, Ashwin flew off to Mogadishu, and I went with him to the airport. We saw him off, and it was on the way back from the airport that truck was waiting for our car. And the truck, which was actually a technical
broke again.
Cannon in the back, stopped us, aimed the cannon through the windshield, overpowered my guard, and 12 guys with Kalashnikovs pulled me out of the car. So, put me in another car and we drove off. So from that moment on, that was the captain.
Jesus Christ. And so they were obviously trying to get some hostage money.
Yeah.
Ransom.
Oh, yeah. No, it was about money. And I think they were hoping for both of us, by the way. Ashwin feels very lucky that he didn't get captured.
So they had plans.
Yeah, and they were probably waiting for our car earlier. It's just Ashwin's good luck that we took a different route to the airport.
How much money were they asking?
So the first thing they asked for me was $20 million, but that was after the first week. So I went for a week without having a phone call home. And in that period, SEALs rescued 2 other hostages from another part of central Somalia, including Jessica Buchanan, an American. And I think 9 Somali guards died in that raid. And they had some clan relationships, so some of the guys holding me. Some of the guys holding me were very upset. And I think that's why they asked for 20 million and more importantly, held on to that demand for so long. They held on to it for almost a year.
That specific number, they wouldn't budge.
Yeah.
So they were in negotiations.
Yeah, there were negotiations, but they were, phony negotiations in some sense because they weren't really negotiating.
So, for some background for people that are unfamiliar with the situation in Somalia, if correct me if I'm wrong, that area.
Okay.
And
Yeah, that's wrong.
it's wrong.
Okay, so that's actually
Broke again.
That's actually.
I mean, it's
level.
the simulation's still running. It's just this goddamn UI, man.
You get the idea.
If this takes more than another day, I'm probably gonna stop.
Just frustrated fishermen. That's only part of the story, and so that's a very important premise of the book. There are fishing communities on the coast. They're being hard hit definitely by illegal ships that come in. That's a problem for them. And because of that problem, once Somalia had no government, there was no navy to defend the coastline. Local, so leaders would send out militia boats with militiamen, hold fishing boats, $50,000 ransoms for over 24-hour periods. Really nothing very much, and they called it a license fee. And that's how they did businesses. We didn't hear about that. It was a long time. We started to hear about it when they graduated to capture partnerships.
What I heard was that there was illegal dumping. There wasn't just fishing.
Also,
Yeah, and that they initially called themselves the People's Coast Guard of Somalia or the Voluntary Coast Guard.
yeah, one or two pirate gangs tried to call themselves that, and they had a point. There was no one else patrolling the coast.
But that wasn't really what was going on.
No, I was captured on land, first of all. Every other hostage I met was a fisherman, a poor fisherman, captured hundreds of miles from the Somalia coast. So that's not particularly coast.
So, what role does this stuff called KHAT? This is it's a plant that they chew, and it has like a stimulant effect.
Yeah, it's a little bit like coca leaf, but I think actually it's a narcotic.
Yeah.
It gets you high at first, and then you crash, and you wake up depressed, and you need more. But these guys, every single pirate I met was addicted, and they wound up having to sit in front of these piles of cut every afternoon just to get high enough for their addiction. And then, like I said, they would crash at night and then do it again. In my case, there were guards 24 hours a day, which meant there was also a shift that slept during the day to cut at night, and then crashed.
Oh, did you try any of that stuff?
Yeah, I mean they kept offering it to me.
What was it like?
I take like 2 or 3 stems, or 3 or 4 stems, not much, but it changed your mood. You could be depressed and you'd feel better, or you could be a little bit sick and you just wouldn't feel it anymore. But I didn't want to get addicted to it, so I didn't keep pushing.
It's that addictive?
Yeah, well, I saw it, and I saw how addictive it could be with the guards. A little bit on an afternoon didn't make me want to keep doing it necessarily. But every now and then I did it just for the sake of that.
That's always in the narrative. This cat stuff. They're somehow or another unhinged because they're on this stuff all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you can get really unhinged in the sense that once you're wired on it, you're easily sort of upset, and these guys would sometimes have fistfights in front of you. Not all the time. But yeah, they would get hopped up. They would just get jittery, and that's very dangerous with Kalashnikovs lying around.
So their culture somehow or another has evolved to this point where it's insanely common to kidnap people, to the point where if you talk about Somali pirates, there are very few countries where pirates go after their names so easily.
Yeah, kidnapping became part of the culture. That's true, but pirate bosses, which are not so active now off the coast, also have other businesses that they get involved in. So I've written about this in the meantime too. They get involved in gun smuggling and also even people smuggling in the Horn of Africa. So whatever takes that kind of equipment, SUVs, Kalashnikovs, cheap food.
When you say people smuggling, what do you mean?
It's a good story. I found out I'm the person that proved on the route between Somalia to Libya, some former pirate bosses were active in people. So in other words, Somalis who want to go to Libya put themselves in the hands of some traffickers, and some of those traffickers might be ex-pirates.
But go there as far as just being transported willingly?
Willingly at first, and there's always a place in Sudan where it shifts from being willing to being unwilling.
Well, this is an issue that's been going on in Libya recently. I'm sure you saw the most recent slave auctions that were videotaped and put on YouTube.
The stories are awful. I've heard those firsthand.
Insanely disturbing that you're watching a videotape of slave auctions in 2018.
It's more than disturbing. It's a revival of what was going on when slavery was legal. So in other words, where the Somalis are involved up to the Libyan border is one story. That's the story I've covered. What happens in Libya is a different story. The clans and the routes that migrants take through Libya, the things they put themselves in the hands of, are still the same as the clans and the routes that we used during the slave trade. So there's almost like there's a historical memory there of what went on, and it's the same thing now. So I suspect a lot of migrants don't quite know how bad it can get. Uh, the route up until Libya was probably easier than Libya itself. Libya itself, since for the migrants.
Well, it's particularly, it's one of those bizarre things when you have a horrible dictator like Muammar Gaddafi, and you say, well, it's probably a good thing to get rid of that guy, right? But no, you get rid of him, then you have this power vacuum, and apparently it's a failed state now. It's gotten worse.
Yeah, it's going in the direction of Somalia right now. There are a couple of rival governments. I think it's a little bit more stable than Somalia was after their dictator fell. But there's a similar thing going on. It's true. Gaddafi was a bad guy, but he was also a bulwark, and he knew that, and he used that to his advantage.
A bulwark?
Bulwark against migration paths.
I've never heard that expression.
Yeah.
Bulwark.
Bulwark?
No, what is that? A roadblock. Oh, okay. When you were there, when you decided to take 10 days and you'd done all this research, what did you expect when you went there, and what was different?
Well, so we were careful about finding security. We found a Somali elder in Berlin who could offer the protection of his clan in Somalia, and he had done it with another journalist, a German journalist. And he took us out from Galkayo, which is a town in central Somalia, out to the coast, to Olga, which is a pirate town you might have heard of. And
A pirate town.
an actual pirate town.
So it's all pirates.
Well, it's in the control of pirates. So in other words, the government that sits in Galkayo
Is that
has no
streaming?
rights there.
All right.
Pirates
This is what it looks like now.
have to say so.
So what is their business?
The performance goes pretty up and down.
Pirates are essentially in control, but like, what else is going on there if you've got pirates in control?
No, normal Somali life is going on there, but the
All right, I'm gonna simplify.
I mean, when we got there, it was pretty quiet, and we didn't see much normal life. We had a very organized interview and lunch one afternoon with a guy who turned out to be a real pirate. You know, it wasn't a joke. And then we left on Sunday. That was it. We didn't spend a whole lot of time.
When you were there and
Wow.
you eventually got captured and taken hostage, what was the initial experience like?
Well, so when that happened with the truck, at first my mind actually recoiled from what was going on. I mean, I actually was in denial for a couple of seconds. I thought, okay, just a roadblock. But once they captured me, I thought, this is going to be really hard. And they beat me with their guns. They broke my wrist, they bloodied my scalp, and they broke my glasses. So that's the other thing I noticed right away. It was like, shit, I'm gonna be blind.
How bad are your eyes?
Yes, it's not good.
And this is like the initial, like, right away.
Yeah, oh yeah, it happened in that first skirmish. Yeah,
So your wrist was broken right away.
yeah, because I was trying to hold the car door closed. They pounded on their gun barrels.
Wow. And is it hard to talk about this?
No, because now I've written a book. I wouldn't have been able to do this before, right? But writing the book familiarized myself with my memories. Maybe fluent with this material.
Your physical state seems to shift when you discuss it. Like,
Oh, maybe.
yeah, your shoulders have risen.
Sure.
You're like, yeah. I mean,
It's a question. It's not pleasant.
I couldn't imagine. It must have been just insane.
And so this is
So
it at its lowest performance.
before before they contacted
Eh.
who do they contact?
Okay, so it was a week, and so I had a reporting grant from the Pulitzer Center on Crisis Reporting. I should have called them, but I had all my notes, which was all my phone numbers too. So when they finally brought me up to a bluff with a little cell phone and said, call somebody, I said, well, bring me my notes. I need to, find the right phone number. said, no, just call someone. So I called my mom.
Oh, Jesus.
Um, and, and that's what happened. By that time, the FBI had informed her. Had actually
So
opened her door.
the performance downgrades to the point where the border and the visuals start to disappear, which isn't ideal.
She'd been sitting around for days.
So I'm going to end this workflow.
So, but that was also true about the Blitzer Center. It was also true about my colleagues at Spiegel Online in Berlin. It was also true about my family. Everyone had been briefed a little bit.
Now, were they waiting for a specific reason? Why did they wait a whole week until they came?
It's a really good question. I kept asking for the phone call. I was sitting there kind of in a panic too.
What were they saying? Sweet.
I said, oh yeah, okay.
You have a broken arm.
Right.
So you're obviously pain, can't see.
Yeah. I was in the first they took me to a bush.
I had no powers for like 3 days.
Yeah.
Texas was.
Come on, to say what to Austin. God, say that Austin. That city is a boiling pot of evil goo, just circling a dish. I hated everyone I met, and the things that people were doing, I hated. I didn't understand what was going on. Everyone there was like, this is the next city.
Right.
I didn't get it. I didn't understand. The lake is the color of soup. These are the worst people.
I should have specified that it can get rid of blinking.
Not married and a city. Nothing works. And the food is atrocious. Some of the worst food in America. You have to feel like you're from college kid to enjoy it. I've shit talked Austin for 3 years. Now, one thing that the internet, I said, now, one person that said that everyone kind of goes, yeah, I get it.
All right, so it's been almost 5 years since Joe Rogan moved to Austin, Texas, and if you listen to what he has to say about it, he makes it seem like Austin is the greatest place ever. But quite a few of his friends that have moved there have a completely different opinion. And the most recent has been Brett Schaub, who just moved there, and he's really regretting it, which I covered over on Patreon if you're interested. But that's what made me think of this big idea because he's not the only one who heard Rogan constantly talk about how amazing it is and how they need to move there. And then they went there and realized Austin kind of sucks. Like Shane Gillis, he moved there almost 2 years ago, and he's not even there as much as the average person who lives there. He's always on the road. He goes back to New York quite a bit. But even for the amount of time he spends in Austin, it sounds like he just can't take it anymore. And obviously, the only reason he moved there to begin with is because Rogan convinced him to. Like the first time Shane was on Joe's podcast, Joe kept talking about how amazing Austin is. And Shane's like, yeah, it's cool, but the homeless people here really freak me out. And it's so funny because if they're talking about LA, Joe would spend the next 10 minutes flipping out about the politicians, all the crime and drugs that happen. But since they're talking about Austin, then it's a different story. But at first he kind of blames politicians a little bit, but then he's immediately like, well, the homeless here, dealing with them, it's just part of the fun. It makes things interesting. And Shane's response is hilarious. Of course, Joe, who's worth $250 million and travels with a security team, is acting like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. And, dealing with dangerous drug addicts is fun. So he's just coping like crazy here. And the homeless, it must be pretty bad if Shane's complaining about it because I think he's living in New York City at the time. So he should be used to it. But when he tells Joe that he's walking around downtown, Joe's like, oh, no, you should do that.
Austin's amazing. I must
Austin
live
is.
here.
Austin's cool. The area around there.
It's a little sketchy. A lot of hope. Yeah. Well, it's not well regulated. And these knuckleheads decided to defund the police. Super unwise move. But you know what? Relatively speaking, it's exciting.
Yeah, it's exciting. Yeah, you got a fucking driver in a body. You do karate. Yeah, it's fun. I'm walking around just like, dude, I'm gonna get fucked
Don't
up.
walk around. You're supposed
You
to
gotta walk around.
get from the parking lot into the structure,
Yeah.
from the structure to the parking lot, and then we vacate the area. Yeah, you secure the perimeter of the area with security.
Yeah, I like doing a lot of comedy and fucking loser. What the fuck? It is fun. It is fun, but
It is. Till it's not. Till it's not. Yes.
One day, somebody's not gonna.
Yeah, yeah. But that's like part of what the fun is. Like you cannot have light
All
without.
right. Let's see this reaction. All right, let's see this in real time. Also, the reaction. I guess that's important.
Whenever somebody's shitting in Austin, Joe's deflect by bringing LA.
All right.
Like right when he gets done talking about how the homeless problem in Austin, it's just kind of fun. It makes it more exciting. It's like, man, but LA, the crime there's out of control. I have so many friends that had their houses and cars broken into. It's really bad.
You need a little sun, you need a little cold, you need a little bit of everything. You can't just only eat cake. You can't just eat cake. That's what like California people are doing. They're just eating cake. You know, and even California now they're recognizing like Los Angeles is hitting a massive crime rate. Like fucking crimes everywhere. I know so many friends who their apartments were broken into, their cars were broken into, they've been robbed.
All right. This is good, but I can do a little bit better.
Another time Joe did this was during Echo Park. Mark Open and Shane started talking about how many burglars in Texas. Texas has the highest amount of child abduction cases per year. So Shane's like, yeah, it's really depressing waking up to that every morning. And then out of nowhere, Joe's like, yeah, but you know what I don't miss about California?
I got an Amber Alert today. You guys get that? Texas, yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. You know what I don't miss about
Really
California?
depressing.
They're here now. Yeah. Bullshit. Bullshit. I mean, listen, they're bad, but no, they're not bad. It is because it doesn't rain.
So seeing Joe cope over people disliking Austin is hilarious, and he must hate the fact that a lot of his friends just have bad things to say about living there. But it's also just all the same shit Joe criticizes LA for. I mean, Joe tries to deflect there by bringing up the forest fires, but then Mark's like, well, Austin has fires too. It's obviously not as bad as LA, but it ranks fifth in major cities vulnerable to wildfires. So if you're really that concerned about fires, I don't know if Austin is the best place to move to. So it seems like with Joe, whenever he's talking about LA, it's like the end of the world. It's the worst thing ever. But then if something similar is happening in Austin, it's no big deal. It's part of the fun. Like now, part of the Joe Rogan experience is with most street thugs and homeless people. Like another New York comedian, we got to have a lot of fun when we went down there with Joe List. We went to do Rogan's podcast, and then while he was there walking around downtown, he got harassed by some street thugs and had to run away from them. So he had a good time. Like he also got to see a bunch of homeless people fighting each other too. So it's just madness down there. I mean, it sounds like the homeless there are just really aggressive. Like Shane also said, they have screaming runners and homeless people wielding swords.
I saw a homeless guy with the fucking sword king in Austin. Yeah, I think I've seen that guy. Really? He by pleasure. He was close. He was by like the Black Rabbit. Okay. Yeah, like I was just like sitting there, like don't poke at him like that.
Right back.
This guy had it, like food with blades like that. I'm so weird every day, like they bored and test me. Like, every time I pass them,
They're gonna test you.
they're gonna test my survivors. Yeah. In San Francisco, there's like these guys, and they just walk around like it's crazy. Dude,
Stuck walkers.
yeah, stuck walkers. Dude. They're just like this. They're like this, and they just kind of like scramble around. I've never seen those guys.
It is nice. It is nice. It's like a zombie video. Final stop is fucking LA, San Diego, with the screaming runners. Austin's got the screaming runners, dude. Screaming runners is terrifying.
So we drove down the street, and the guy was kind of saying, yeah, they're taking over, it's crazy, it's scary, be careful, whatever.
The drivers.
Yeah. I asked the lady, I was like, is it safe walking around here now? It feels like it's changed a bit. She was like, just avoid 6th Street. I was like, all right, got it. But so I was walking up the street, and I'm like, all right, so far, so good. And then I started to get closer, and I saw these two guys walking towards me. They seemed like, ne'er-do-wells. And then there was a guy on a bicycle, like a BMX style bike, who kind of was with them and then rode ahead, kind of did like a loop behind me. So then I was like, all right, this feels unsafe. So I kind of just moved to the street, like off the sidewalk, but still right next to the sidewalk. And then the two guys, as they passed, were like, look at this motherfucker, this racist ass motherfucker doing it in the street, like out this. As we passed each other, I could still hear them kind of like talking. They seemed like they were fucking sweat. And then I came to the intersection, where it's the older shelter is, and there was like 40 homeless people, not like sleeping in tents on the sidewalk, but like fighting, yelling, bottles, smashing.
And I was just like, I don't feel like walking through that. That doesn't seem great. And then as I was walking back that way, they were a little ways ahead of me, and for whatever reason, they decided to
Yeah, the performance downgrade's too much. I can't work with this.
right there. And then the guy's like, "You wouldn't be following us, would you?" And I was like, "No, no, I'm just lost." And I kind of did like, I don't want anything to do with you guys. And then the guy got like right up into my face. He's like, "You better be fucking lost. Why don't you get lost?" And like whatever else. I was in like panic mode, so I couldn't. And then there was one of those like scooters, you know, those rental scooters that are everywhere.
Yeah.
And he just gave that like a hard kick. He did like this thing, and we were kind of like, and I went, "No, no, I'm getting out of here." And I just kind of walked around, and then swallow all pride. It just went full run.
But you know what? Relatively speaking, these guys.
And that part at the end there's obviously edited. But another thing Shane and Matt complained about is the heat and the bugs. Like Shane, he said that there's some giant insect crawling on him in the middle of the night while he's sleeping. And he had to get up and look for it, but he couldn't find it. And then recently his power went out for 3 days. So his house was like 100 degrees. And he said a bunch of bugs got in. So it just sounded awful. And I think that's when he's finally like, right, this
Fucking bug crawl across me. In the middle of the night. You know this is one of my deepest fears. Yeah, what happened? It fucking woke me up. The thing was huge. Was it in the hotel? No, it was in
Oh man.
I was like,
Yeah.
And it wasn't like a night.
I don't think it was night. I felt it. I think it like woke me up. I could feel it.
Kind of bug, kind of creepy crawler.
I didn't get to see the crawler, which was made for a worse even.
It's that large.
So no, it's laying down. I was like, I didn't want to tell her. I couldn't be like, there's giant spiders in our bed.
No way.
Because they had those giant spiders in the whole house. I didn't pat on. There was a storm in Texas, and I had no power.
Okay.
And I had to be gone. I
They
had
have,
on the road
they got
for like
their,
a week.
they're
And I
on
was
their own
gonna,
power grid like
yeah,
fucking idiots.
it's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah.
And I was gonna do laundry before I left for this trip,
Right.
but everything, I had no power for like 3 days.
Yeah.
Texas fucking blows. That's all I do is just send me back. Come on! Come back. Second way out of the house, it was 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And it just bugs.
And it's true.
Bugs came in immediately. The house filled with bugs. I was laying in the dark. I lit some candles and read a book.
And if Shane moves, Joe will be in shambles. You know, he loves Shane. He's so happy when he does. Austin is fun. You know, he goes there for the Techno Parks episodes and to perform at Rogan's Comedy Club. But he's like, I can't believe people want to move there and live there. Like he also says New York comedians always
I got
comedians who move there. Like him and Big J run for his podcast. They basically said the comedy scene there is way overhyped, which is bull. You know, because Rogan wants to make it seem like it's the comedy capital of the world. So he can't be happy about them saying. I mean, at first Mark seems nervous to even admit that he doesn't like Austin as much. Asked him about it. He's like, yeah, it's cool. I like it there. Bert's like, well, you kind of have to say that. So you know it's bad. Even Bert is like, dude, you don't need to lie to us. We know Austin isn't that great.
Hey, went to Austin, and God damn that Austin. I don't know how these people, these Gillises, or these Tyler Fish, or these Segurans, it must be Greek. How do they live there? I mean, it's that city is a boiling pot of evil goo, just circling a dish. What do you mean, the heat? The homeless, the drugs, the whores, the cigarettes, the shows, the fucking pork taco, the tequila. I mean, it's just.
What's New York's take on Austin?
Oh, it's a punchline, for sure.
Really?
I like Austin. I like, yeah, all the shit's great.
You have to say that.
Yeah, Shane's down there. Yeah, I like Brian Simpson. I like, I like all the guys, but
Oh.
I will never move there.
I think the Levi thing was ridiculous. I got 100 people moving there to try to get one of 8 spots available on their show.
And they keep saying, hey, it's a boom, a comedy boom. It's one club.
One club. We got Arthur, and we got a game in Cap City too. Everything else is a bar.
And of course, Rogan pays a lot of attention to what comedians have to say about Austin and what they have to say about other comedians moving there. Like Bobby Lee kept making fun of everybody for following Rogan. He said they'd all regret it. And Rogan heard this. He confronted him about it on his podcast. And he tries to convince Bobby to move there. And Bobby, he hates confrontation. So he's like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll think about it. But the way he's talking about Austin, it didn't sound like he's interested at all. So Joe keeps trying to sell him on it. And eventually he just starts having a meltdown over California. It's hilarious. once he starts talking about politics, you can hear Bobby on the side, and it's like, oh, here you go. And probably just thinking, all right, dude, come move to Texas. Let's take it easy here. Rogan starts freaking out. His eyes like popping out of his head. It's crazy.
Okay. Well, we're leaving in about a month. In fact, I want to say this, right? I want to say that I think you're following, a cult. Yeah, I think it's a cult. Okay. And then I think it's a personality. I think that you see, me, our leader going out there and establishing his presence out there. You think, I'm going to go there. I'm going to go to Waco or whatever they did. Those fucking idiots that moved to Texas. Those fucking morons. Some of them are coming back. Tim Dillon, I saw him the other night. He's like, I'm moving back October 1st. It's like, no shit. They saw that on the Joe Diaz podcast. Yeah. They're going to come back. But yeah, there's nothing out there. And it's going to be fun for 3 years. Yeah, LA's the best. Tom, I know you're talking shit about moving to Austin, but listen, no, I didn't. Yeah, you did. I watched the video. I did. Don't lie. You did.
When I'm not fucking moving to Austin, I don't leave my neighborhood. I don't go to Compton. I stay right here.
You guys took half of the talent out.
Yeah.
So I was just butthurt. We brought another bunch in, too.
Shane Gillison's.
I know. I know he was doing great. I know you guys are killing it.
I went to the club last night. Come with me. I know, but you're more than Paul was thinking about it. Paul was here a lot.
I know.
And then was just here.
He was thinking about it.
He was thinking about
Right.
it. Yeah. You're all just worried that, like, oh, you're so look, it's good.
I would never suck your nuts.
I don't ask.
But maybe they talk about it.
Listen, man, it's a great place to live. It's a great place tax-wise. It's a great place traffic-wise. It's a great place. The most important thing is people-wise. The people here are so friendly. Austin people are great people. They're really nice. They're nice. They're not shitheads. They're not Hollywood people. They're not lost in this fake world with leftist ideology that everybody's trapped in. They're just people. They're just regular people. And those people exist outside of these blue bubbles where everyone's gone insane. I'm way more left than I am right. But California went nuts, man. It's gone like full communist. It's out of its fucking mind. And their approach to law enforcement is so insane. It's so insane. The no cash bail, the letting people out for committing crimes. Where's the left? Where are you guys? You guys are so far away. I can't even see you.
Yeah.
You're out of your mind. You're
I'll
fucking
be
chopping
quicker
dicks
about
off.
this.
Talk about the health risk.
Yeah.
You use things
Best I
like
can.
gender affirming care. What are you saying?
Yeah.
What are you saying when you're talking about children? Everybody goes, you're on the right team. That's what it is.
This is what I've been doing in Cursor. I'm just trying to update the animations a little bit.
San Francisco. It's like, oh my God, why are we letting these violent criminals out of jail? So,
Yeah.
oh my God, why are we defunding the fucking police?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
You can't say any of those things. We say any of those
But
things.
you said it.
Yeah. You get nervous? No. Okay.
That's pretty much JRE in a nutshell now. Him talking about how amazing Austin is, and then flipping out about California over the same problems Austin has, and then listing all this stuff that he claims he can't talk about. Well, he's talking about it on the biggest platform in the world. And I feel like if Rogan was really happy in Austin, he wouldn't get so worked up about these issues in LA. I mean, why is he having a meltdown over this? He could just chill out. I mean, he's not there anymore. He hasn't lived there in 5 years. But for some reason, he cares more about fixing the problems in LA than Austin. They have similar problems, but he only ever talks about LA.
And their approach to law enforcement is so insane. It's so insane.
Yeah.
What are we defunding the fucking police?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Let's decide to defund the police. You know what? Whatever the rest of people decide, that's like part of what it is. Like, you cannot have life without crime. You have sunshine all the time. You have California, everybody's fucked up. You have nothing to do.
Yeah, so I think Austin just completely took this win for me. He's the right place to do it. And, even with Austin and having obsessed over LA this time, the way he talks about California, it's like he's constantly trying to reassure himself that he made the right choice. Like this interaction with Bobby here, the way Joe's acting, you think Bobby's the one trying to convince Joe to move. Like Joe's trying to sell Bobby on Austin, but it just results in Joe talking about how much he hates California for a lot of the same reasons people hate Austin. And most of the comments are just shitting on Austin and being like, it's not how Roman describes here. Make sure you do your own research. And they're comparing it to California. They say Austin is a trash blue bubble, and they don't consider it part of Texas. So it honestly sounds like Austin is just a shittier version of LA. That's kind of what Tim Dillon makes it seem like, at least. He moved there soon after Rogan did. Rogan did stuff. So just give it a year, try it out for a year, see how it goes. And he lasted less than 5 months. And Tim complains about LA too, but he ends up running right back. Or I think he goes back and forth between LA and New York. But he really hates Austin. So he doesn't mind Texas that much, but Austin, he said, is just terrible. And he said moving there was one of the worst decisions he made. And he said it might be the worst city in America. And it sounds like he just hated everything about it. And on his podcast, he's like, I need to get the fuck out of here. Like, he just couldn't hide his disdain for it, which I'm sure he wanted to because he wouldn't be happy about it. But the guy couldn't even last 6 months. You know, he just couldn't help himself. And he had to admit he just can't take it there anymore.
Austin has many of the problems of Los Angeles. A lot of the homeless people. There was a mass shooting last night, and the cops didn't even find the guy. He's running around here. He's on the loose. I've been downtown 4 or 5 times. That's enough. The first time I went down there, homeless people were throwing bottles at us as we walked out of the creek again. People are being killed at night. The homeless are just going up and murdering comedians, and I don't even know, am I against that? I'm put in this weird position of having to care about a city that I've never cared about. And I can in good conscience do that. I only want to be funny. The stench of human failure in this city is so that you cannot breathe. You cannot inhale oxygen because the stench of human failure infects all of the air. It is a grotesquerie here. They do not know how to run a city. The food is shit. It's drunk pig women. Then they have an itchy trigger finger just trying to shoot people, dancing around 6th Street drunk. These people are out of their fucking minds. It's a fucking rodeo of fat bitches and school shooters. Everybody eats ultra. It has nothing to do with music. There are heroin addicts that occasionally do melodious things on the street. After they take a shit in the street, they play You Are My Sunshine. What is she doing? Is that what she wants to do? She looks at you walking downtown to get a bottle of less bottles per day. It's chaos down there. It's utter chaos. It's chaos down there. Okay? So hard. LA's big enough. Austin's not a baby. Austin's like 7 square blocks of 2 pollution. It's crazy. So what?
All right, let's see what this looks like. Fire this up.
Fucking, this brisket house. Who gives a fuck? Can we get the fuck out of here, please? Can we get the fuck? What the fuck are we thinking? Can we get the fuck out of here, please? Do I want pickles and onions with it? No, give me a ticket. I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Yeah, so Rogan managed to get a lot of his big comedian friends to move there, but it sounds like keeping them there is the hard part. And if Shane moves, that's gonna be rough for Joe. You know, he'll be coasting over that for years. But at least now he has Shab, Cal, and Joey Diaz. You know, they're all moving there. They'll make up for it. No, I'm kidding. But if you want to hear about Shab's disastrous move that he's already regretting, make sure you check out my Patreon. I've been covering it over there. I also recently made a big video about Tim Dillon exposing Joe Rogan's handler, and that's already one of the big videos out there. So people really seem to enjoy it. And there are over 130 other exclusive videos. So if you like this one, you want more content, make sure you check it out. That'll be worth it. There'll be links in the description.
Excellent. I know Neuroevolution 2000 what now that we play.
Welcome to the Kill Count, where we tally up the victims in all our favorite horror movies. I'm James H. and today we're finally starting a franchise.
All right,
So many of you
this is on.
Final Destination, beginning with the original film from the year 2000.
Wrong screen.
Destination.
All right, so let's see if it crashes again, and I'll deal with that if I have to.
Europe after testing by two-line founder Bob Fay, Michigan's own, who had found success years earlier, producing the Python on Elm Street. With all those cooks in the kitchen, Final Destination is kind of ended up being a horror film by committee, and it sometimes feels that way with all those weird little attacks and disjoint tangential ideas that never really add up to anything.
Good enough. If this doesn't crash, if this goes all the way through, I will try it. I'll be done. And I promise this time. To anybody who's followed along. Nope, Form's downgraded too much. What the fuck?
The survivors who escaped thereby cheating death and begin to die in the order in which they were supposed to. And they don't die in any old way either. See, in the final destination, it turns out that death kind of a little stealer. And instead of just making people part of the time, death sets up elaborate, bounce-trap-like chain reaction that often usually violent death. These rapid curveballs up to the random. And as to be expected, they grow more and more grotesque as the series continues. Yes, will do some censoring in the public releases of them. More explicit versions will be available for patrons. Sorry, man, just now go. How many kills did that score in this first film? Which seems so quaint compared to what's to come. Let's find out and get to that. The movie with a thundering raining title call. The opening credits show cryptic images, hanging dolls and populated men. Someone was ready for a critical. That's one. High school student Alvin House, played by Devin Smalley, I was going to 2 or 3 years with a hot pot. When we were ready to see how to get a Protestant. That is film alongside cricket John Travolta and directed by Limp Bizkit's own Fred Durst. Yeah, Allison was superstitious. Nervous about his French flashy wine ahead of him. Pretty paranoid there, but I can't hate this guy when he's got a Salt Terry poster hanging. They were the first band I ever saw live, and I don't care what you say, that first album was a banger. Evans goes to the airport, where we meet some of his classmates, who will also be going to the city of life. First, those represent some sort of Carter, played by Kurt Smith, would go on to be in My Bloody Valentine 3D. Carter's got a girlfriend named Terry, who doesn't do much other than make out. And he likes to spend his time bowling dirt, like this hockey jersey wearing named Billy Hitchcock, played by Sean William Scott. Yep, as you will come to hear, Carter's a bit. There's also the obvious love interest in Alex, a girl named Peter Rivers, played by Allie Larden. You can tell she's a smoothly lined intellectual because she walks through the airport leading Henry friggin' Miller. Alex's best friend are a pair of brothers named George and Todd. Todd is played by Chad Mizel, who would go on to be an obnoxious chick airman in the obnoxious Junior Big movies from the I mean, that laid out. But in this movie, he's not so much a piece of it as he has to take it. And he and Alex are so tight that they're bona fide moving partners. Although they ain't singing together like Steven and Steve, they're pretty quite young. Plus, pieces of music since the rating was playing Rocky Mountain High by John Benson. A coincidence like that is sure to freak out the student now, right before he goes fully twice 180. And I guess that coincidence will freak him out too. But wait, Alex, what are you freaked out about here, man? That's just a flight stat. It's useful information. Alex gets worried about a ton of things, which are always presented as foreboding pushes and amazing. But everything's so innocuous, it's hard for us to take it serious. Like, that's just a plane, Alice. It's not ominous. It's just 20th century travel technology. They board their flight and feel reassured of its safety by the sight of a prime base. Oh, that's kind of sharp, but I guess it's a solid one. Okay, that one might be a bad taste, though. Alex takes his assigned seat to the map, which Tom would have been terribly attractive early 2000s. He does, although his new seat is next to Tom. Its tray latch is broken, and you know the airline ain't gonna do a damn thing about it. The plane take off is smoothing, and everybody cheers. The things take a tumultuous turn, real damn fast. Pretty soon, those oxygen masks start popping out of the opening. But hate to tell you, folks, a little bit of extra airflow ain't gonna help when a fire starts. And a whole roll of seeds gets sucked out inside of the plane. Holy shit! Another fire spreads through the cabin. And we watch Elvis's face for a nice hot minute until he finally wakes up back in his original seat. So she sees all that looking big, asking him to switch again. Alex quickly determines that his dream was more like a premonition, and he calmly explains everything he just saw to the others on board. I never saw Alex fucked it up. The fucking stars are lying. Orion, during the promotion, and full of students are removed from the plane, along with both the captain. Todd leaves his brother's door to go check on him, and Clea comes to remove herself from the terror. Things are getting so spooky. The pilot bar is all in the plane. There's both friends. They convince him to let one of them back on board to chaperone the rest of the class back to the pair. Although Larry Vernon offers to stay, Valerie loses and gets to go ahead, so she stays behind and he removes the plane. Alex tries explaining which only leads to another fight in the car, and while they stop, Billy watches out the window as the rest of his class heads to Paris. Yeah, there they go, all right. Like 180's explosion somehow breaks the airport window. But I was like, we did something. And just like that, we've got a new takeout record. The movie will later give us a number. Reports that 287 people have died on flight 8. As far as premonition, I won't be including them on the kill count as suspicion. Besides, I think people end up dying for real later and getting comprehended. As you might expect, everyone is immediately suspicious of Al, even though she likes to explain his cause we have. And just after the 9/11, where you'd probably already be on your way down again, even pre-Patriot. The FBI is obviously getting involved. Two languages introduce themselves as Agent Wayne and Agent Shrek. Yeah, Agent Shrek. The DreamWorks movie came out 2 years later, in 2001, thereby making the character retroactively hilarious. Fun fact, though, Shrek is named after Maxie, who played Count Orlok in Those Drive. And many other characters are also named after Isaac Hornfield. We got Alice Browning, who comes from Hopkins, director of Universal 1931 Practice. Agent Wayne, who comes from Robertson, director of the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. And of course, Billy Hitchens, who comes from Alfred, director of like a billion movies, including The Verge. These feds are also suspicious of Al, but they're unable to learn anything during their questioning, except that Val Lucy feels guilty for sending the yellow teacher back onto the plane. Survivors Guild man still gets it. A month later, the funeral is for Elsie's classmate, and in their honor, the school for the statue of the birds. Really? Maybe it's just gone with something that doesn't remind people of fun. At the service, we see that everyone's got a different reaction towards Alice. Clear thanks him for her life. Billy really thinks of full-blown psychic, and this movie literally repulsed. As for Carter, he's still got no love for the solid, and instead decides that his survival is left him untethered to the mortal realm. The worst fallout for Alex is that Todd's dad blames him for the death of Todd's brother George, so the movement panels are presently off limits, no longer allowed to defecate as a duo. And so, that night, Todd was forced to take a solo in his bathroom at home, never noticing that Grizzly Val was leaking behind his personal son. For some reason, he tries to save his non-existent facial hair, only to cut himself before a cloudy image appears behind him in his ear, portending the fatal disaster that awaits him. Look out, Todd, that leaky water's coming at you, and it's blue for some reason. Weird. Over at Allen, the other executive is just about to engage in a little talking session, but instead,
I'll let this one play out, I guess.
his penthouse gets caught up in the bank.
Just make sure everything else is working.
But it's too late for Alex. His dad's already caught up to him, form of a slippery wall to a ghost. The mechanics of it wrapping around his neck are a little long, but at least there's the smoothness of the side behind it. I've struggled for quite some time, but he's unable to think with scissors, tools, and track. I dive to the cabin with a close line around his neck while Dad opens up his track. Wakes up a thought. Why is Dad leaning gonna get arrested. That's literally the one and only time something like this happened. It's the entire series. But part of me will always wish that we got a series where Jeff was just a shady, stupid criminal who had to cover up his own deeds. Anyway, Alex runs over to Cosmo. And although he's too late to make his threat, he is just in time. The most shadiest boss in the FBI agent reckoned on. Alex goes to talk to Kate, taking a break from reading the Tropic of Cancer. The wealth stuff is a fraud. For metalwork pieces that he shows off to Alex. Through the statue of Billy the Answer Man to figure it out. Which is pretty good. Emotional tension.
Here's what was said. We hadn't said one word to each other. At that moment on the planet.
This is one of those half-baked ideas that I think kind of follows up the movie, but because of their security, you know that Alex, like Jeff, is still around. Well, Alex looks like he knows feeling. He was able to feel Tom's body, feel spirit. I'm like a weird. So the Jews decide to break into the local field. Take Tom's course of vision, using it, feeling the answers out of him, and the feeling. They encounter the coolest motherfucking morbid this side of a close gas field. Tony fuck yes Tom, those bloody, a character with an awesome name that only given to the right. And as the big guy, Mr. Todd, Harrison Smith that hell that tells the kids that they're friends to that of the suicide that didn't fit school and reported. But it wasn't an accident either. Someone tells them that death has been designed by walking off that plane. Alex and his pals succeeded him, only temporarily. Now death's drawn up a new design for everyone who escaped. And although Alex wants to figure out to defeat death, one would tell him that there are risks if you that's always been another real finding. I've never figured out exactly what Todd is talking about. But whatever. I'm just happy to have him see. Not soon enough. Alex tells Peter that from now on, they need to be looking out for motions of death, kind of like that, punching it. Of a boss that isn't really there. But you know who is actually there? Arthur, who's driving. Just a ticket. That's pretty. All of a sudden, all six of the remaining survivors find themselves together outside of a pub. Coincidence or something spooky? The usual bickering gets up. So Terry tells Carter and Alan to knock it off.
Hey, John! Get over it.
Yeah, get over it. Like this boss gets over Terry's body. Boom! He's suddenly hit by a vehicle. We're kind of common. But I remember being floored by this film the first time I saw it. Almost a Terry's body after the boss hit thing. And I wasn't the only one rocked by it either. Actually, it was just so long. On the fuck down. And the filmmakers literally had to add 40 seconds of inconsequential fill out for Alice and Clear both make Albert. That's why that really decision. Alice continues trying to figure out a pattern. And he comes across a new clue, but it's unlikely to happen. In detail, the path of destruction after a fuel line on fire. A little of this, a little of that. Holy moly, we've got a convenient itinerary of death that Alice can follow to determine the path. Only to death's design, it's Valerie Lewis gets that. This Lucy is supposed to be packing up her house so she can move to a new town and start a new life. But not if the invisible breeze of death has anything to say about it. Careful, Miss Lewis, death even in your teapot. Oh yeah! I do think the shadow reflects it. It's kind of dumb, but not as dumb as Miss Lewis hates after she pours herself some hot water at the feet. Yeah. What the fuck was that? I guess you got Scrooge because the bug has the high school logo on it, but it's never really played well. And in fact, this entire convoluted setup for the death, it was pretty forced and funky. This movement answers to key. That's what Edward said, holding on. The changes temperature wrapped above, which speaks out a trail of vodka. Before some of it, seems to do with computer. Things stick into high gear, popular and slow, and you move in the next with the blast, starting a fire that follows you along the bottom. And listen, I know that's a handy source for life. The flicker isn't flammable, but it's 100 super high. And those vodka is a little gate. Maybe this would be the lead. But she wasn't, so
The fire spreads to the kitchen. Goes up the bottom of the pot. The explosion goes to the ground. Reaches for a rag so you can get a head start cleaning this whole mess up. He pulls down a block of time, and one of them snaps her in the neck. It's right about that. And Alice looks over to check on her. He finds her on the floor bleeding. After one final explosion from the oven, not to care of it, it drives her husband deep. The food finally dies. After she's gone, Alice stupidly grabs the knife, getting his finger all over murder. Well, don't stop at him. Think that she's with you and bury himself. Come on, the last four survivors all get together, even though they're still far from being friends. Although Carter and Billy drill Alex about who the next one down the list, Alex knows that. Shut the fuck up. It's that kind of place. That's great. Also, Carter and he puts the pedal to the metal. It's a plan of my own free will, right? As Carter speeds to the street, Alex and the bundle comes in. So drinking and passing the drink, hot rain. As if on cue, Carter stops the car right in the middle of the street. And don't look down, so shoot, motherfucker. Billy clearing out. All file out of Carter's car while he stays seated, only waiting for his check. But at the last minute, he decides that it ain't his time. But that might not be for him to decide. So all of a sudden, the car and his door won't open. And his seatbelt won't unbuckle. Ay, caramba! Armed with this knowledge that the seatbelt will break, Alice and her beat takes Carter's life right before the train goes off accident into the swing down the steps.
Alright, I'm not sure if I should stop the frog from moving to save the performance, but it keeps on, like, rising and falling. That's fine for now. Yeah. Good enough. I need to really, like, move on from this part. There's still the paper to write. I mean, it's mostly written, but I've drawn some new conclusions since then. And gotten some new results, so.
Oh no, what should they do? Oh, okay, yeah, sure, let's do that. And we can just end this scene here with the face of life. Sometime later, Alice is hiding out, but his habit will find clear, and is doing everything he can think of to death. Here, these kind of seem like some
Am I doing a cursor again? Oh yeah, I'm trying to move the stats out of the way so that it doesn't like crash. I ran into the same exact problem with like animation issues in my other project. I guess I don't know how to command cursor on how to update the runtime anymore. I think I'm going to ask it to search the internet for Pygame tutorials on how to optimize graphics. That'll be like my last attempt.
I don't know what's wrong with it. Clear escape from the drop. Gives it to her mom and decides to take this way out by reversing straight on through the garage door. Shocking, see, that doesn't work. She winds up trapped with a beam through the windshield. Alex arrives to find clear. Grasps by the world's most persistent power. He engages in trouble. Out of ammo for the game, but his efforts lead to another series of events. By the end of it, fire is shot as well. Alex is held clear and he's going to grab the power key so she can get out of the car before it explodes. It's stipulated all the old she tries for him not to. Goes ahead and does it anyway. When does the car explode and throws both of them to the ground? That it then? Did Alex die? We're fading to life, so actually no. Although originally, yeah, the original movie did have dying right there, you're right. And it was followed by a David Wall. It was tears given birth to a child to get nature. There were some others that was why the two of them going on feet and where that clear was pregnant. So in the they were finally able to teach them by bringing new life.
All right, so after Krisha does this update, I'm gonna ask.
They would explore it.
I'm just gonna tell it to search the internet and look for other graphics optimization techniques with Pygame, which is the module that I'm using from Python for the graphics.
That baby makes up. The real was just built in this. Less than $1 billion. It's like 6 months later. And Alex Weir's art, almost a great hit, are alive and well. Finally fulfilling something there. It's been at a cafe. Those are the ones who didn't make it. Celebrating. But they keep that inside and want to do news online. But Alex isn't completely that. He breaks out his crack pop man. Points out that although he is takes seriously, no one actually intervenes if they hit. So he's still at the top of that harder it. And Alex may have a point, but he's not super strong for his own thing. So I know triple back. Don't speak too soon, Carter. This time for things to get. Oh yeah, yeah. Bring on the breeze. The voting flame. Alex tries to move up. Hey, but as he walks away from it, a gear accident in the fog triggers yet another blue cobra death. That leads to a big old 180. Swinging down to kill things and keep Carter intervenes to save him, not to the ground. So who's next? Use next, Carter. The movie comes to black right before the sign hits. So the kill is confirmed in Final Destination 2. And also, come on, Carter obvious, actually left when it gets. Definitely becomes full assault. But how many years have come to this Final Destination? Let's find out and get to the numbers. A record stat 292 people died in Final Destination. Obviously, I don't know the demographic. Only 287. But aside from them, 3 men and 2 women died. So we can put them on the right chart with some fairly susceptible legends. For the ones I'm kind of with, she had a kill on average. I think we average 20.1 for a second. But yeah, you can see here my averages. I'll give the golden beat off the blue skill and the Billy hits. I almost went with hair, but I've always loved how the effect of the death. It's the one kill, first kill, that is just how Lord. Yeah, don't be ready for layman's with a Valerie Lucy. I know all Final Destination have some not to lose, and that's kind of the point. But even with later that's more fantastic, I find them more believable. The tale's unrealistic reaction and her trail of friendly response. And for the Final Destination franchise, I've got a new award to give out each episode. The Primo Premonition, which will go to the coolest death that takes place only in the vision. Those don't go on the kill count. For the inaugural, I'll give it to Alice Browning himself. The Crash of Flight 180 doesn't have as many interesting individuals as it has to do. So I've just got to give it to the main character, Bernie Duffel. It's pretty damn shocking the first time you watch this movie. And that's it. Final Destination came out in 2000. It will be followed by a steady stream of scenes that we start looking at that movie for part 2. Till then, I'm Dave J.C. So the countdown. Thanks a lot, more. Like Daniel Bowles, Victor Reyes, Jennifer, and John Stanton. Like I said before, the Sunday kill counts are over. The Final Destination, I'm just going to focus on making these episodes the best I can. That means one kill count a week for at least the most part. But don't worry, we've got some fun times on it. Thanks, everyone. Speak to people. Welcome to the Kill Team, where we tally up the victims in all our favorite order. I'm Dave J.C. and today we're looking at Final Destination 2, released in 2003, with James Wong and Glenn Morgan preoccupied with other properties like Jet Li's The One and Kristen Glover's fantastic film. New Line Cinema had to put together a new crew, taking stunt coordinator David Ellis with the director's chair and giving screenwriting to a pair of new writers who would go on to make that great big butterfly effect with Ashton Kutcher. That shake up at the top, face down like a red in the back. The Final Destination 2 is actually a worthy sequel that successfully builds upon the first, and in some ways is even an improvement. Although Death's mechanisms are still a bit busy, Final Destination 2 burns off some of the frayed ends of the flexibility connection between characters and leaves things just a little more clear. And speaking of
Allie Martin returns to help the Newcastle navigate Deb's track. Tony Todd also other creepy cameo, but for reasons that are still disputed, Devin Sawa did not return. And so Alex Browning's stage is relegated to an off-screen death that took place between the two films. For the most part, Final Destination 2 sticks to the same format. But what's notable is that the sequel is much more graphic, not only when it comes to the Rube Goldberg death, but also the prognosticated disaster that kicks things off the first. The best thing about these stories is that they were all done using practical effects. And thanks to a special feature on the Blu-ray, I'll get to tell you all about them as they happen. How many people will just track down in one drug shot over it? Let's find out and get to the kill. The movie, with the news marking the one-year anniversary of Flight 118 explosion. By now, the story of its survivors and systematic death was well known, allowing the characters of its universe to figure out the plot of this franchise. Death has this grand design. And Death's also got a sexy voice that you could use as an alarm clock.
Whoa. That was very strange. I did. Oh, I don't know if I got caught in the window. Fuck. If that optimization worked, should be much faster, but we'll see. What?
The guy at that shade is morning. Dad is straight, too nervous to laugh at a homeless. But he's still for our day's work. The kids move on to a high state named Route 23, which is kind of a geographical goof. The real U.S. doesn't go anywhere near.
The reporting, yeah, I don't know if you can see these numbers, but it says 457% performance gain right now. And it ran a test, so it's not just pulling those values out of its ass.
Also, if you keep those leather jackets, you'll see that those kids are from Mount Abraham. The same school Alice and the others went to when the original Spookass. Route 23 also features a bit of gratuitous nudity, which feels weird coming off the original, since aside from Alice's penthouse, it wasn't even close to being a movie concept. The rest of the franchise, though, pretty movie. We don't spend as much exposition in movies as we did with Alice and his classmates, but it's long enough to evaluate their acting. It is not good.
Yeah, real responsible.
I've heard AJ Cook is actually pretty good in similar lines, so maybe this was just a little normal. Well, Kimberly and her idiot friend blatantly ignore this hard idiot fight. We meet the other highly who will end up being characters of this movie. Among them are the deputy named Bird, a controversial druggy boy named Rory, a high-strung businessman named Cap, spent the whole movie stressed, a motorcycle high school teacher named Gene, another reason, Gene Storm, Army son Ben, some girl pony car driver named Evan, and finally, a pregnant van driver named Isabella. Cool, okay. Oh, yeah, there's also an ominous kid that Kimberly sees smashing four cars together. He'd be a fucked up guy to take down this highway, huh? But I guess in the universe of these movies, there is a fucked up guy. One caught still later, all James and Hal break loose. The ensuing disaster is freaking amazing. Cars spin through the air doing whirly bombs. That Eugene dude gets crushed by his own motorcycle. A freaking garbage truck crashes into Rory's car and blows it all to pieces. Fuck yeah, dude. This step probably looks so amazing because in addition to being a stunt coordinator, director David R. Ellis was also a second unit director. If you didn't know, second unit directors usually direct parts of a movie that don't involve a lot of acting. So that can be visual and establishing shots, or in Ellis's case, major action set pieces. In fact, some of Ellis's second unit directing includes scenes from Waterworld and The Matrix Reloaded, and the Quidditch scene from the first Harry Potter movie. Weirdly, though, in 2013, Ellis was found dead in his hotel bathroom in South Africa. No cause of death was ever released, but he said that no foul play was suspected. Super bizarre, but in any case, Ellis's magnificent ballet of destruction also kicks him up because it's almost entirely practical. The biggest use of CGI was for the dogs on the truck. They tried to the notion didn't have the bounce they would. Thankfully, the digital long play created look amazing. Are combined with actual realism. It was a split thread SUV that stayed driven by supremely talented stuntmen. The end result is a large-scale disaster and a terrifying realism.
says it changed. All right, it claims it changed one line of code, and that optimized the performance. It made it 5.7 or 5.57 times faster with one line of code. That's literally what it's claiming. This thing's trying to flex on me right now. No, there's just a line I didn't know about. Well, all right, we'll see.
Well, that car crash is all in California. Yeah, you already do. And you also already know that Kimberly's gonna get freaked out by seeing the same thing happen that you saw in Premonition. The X-Factor watched the outman, so nobody behind him worked onto the highway of death. Deputy Marshal Thomas Burgess. And she frantically tells him how he crashed the kid because he was pointing out those things wrong. In no time at all. Further life from the giant crash that we saw in the film takes place later on. Estimated number of casualties will be active. So I'll go ahead and put 50.
Okay. And I guess if this makes it like run smoothly, then I will upgrade the graphics a little bit.
That there? Well, because that's Kimberly's three annoying friends who are still in their SUV hit by an out-of-control vehicle. Kimberly thanks to Deputy Burke's intervention, gets her away before she's taken out alongside another plane on the meadow, back down the road. At the police station, Kimberly tells Burke and the others about her vision. Says that it sounds mighty similar to what happened with the 1 year ago that day. Most of the survivors are already familiar with it, but for Nora, who is something to explain the god of death. Some people even say that. Thanks, Brandon. The survivors were told to escape the bomb, fire for drug and food, spending a buttload of money. Needless to say, and you spend some of that on a cleaning service for your apartment, and a subscription to Sunman. Yes, but you don't gotta be keeping that alleyway together. You dig? And then it's played by David Bacon, blasting him. APG Wrecking into space mode up by Beetleborn. The only additional character trait he gives us is his circle, making him an easy target for the movie's most elaborate kill, which you know is coming as soon as death blows into the fearless weak nothing all around Evan's heart. Disaster begins when his gaudy new ring goes down the drain and his hand gets caught because of the gaudy new walking. Before you know it, there's a gaudy new grease fire going in his kitchen, all while his answering to those probably ironic messages about his recent motto.
Okay, this is what it looks like now. Doesn't.
But his earlier waste of food ends up knocking him to the ground, and death finally catches up to him when the ladder falls down to his eye. For this, special effects makeup artist Bill Perodacci, who actually got his start as an assistant working at 68 Manhattan, combines two separate shots. One back of David Bacon, yes, with the death, and another of the ladder.
All right. If it makes it through this, I guess I'm done.
The effect looks a tiny bit weird, but it's still a kill that's plenty memorable. Evan's death winds up on the newsstand, which all the other survivors just so happen to be watching. Some with lying, others with less relaxing psychoactive. And the report gets all of them pretty worried, like camera footage. It doesn't keep it in. We can see the kid now, which is more better. Tim is a weird fucking character, man. He's written and acted like an adolescent, but even though actor James Hurst is very obvious, at least of driving. Now, why is this kid being plugged in at night by his mom? It looks like he's either Baldy is a business kid. Meanwhile, Kimberly, taking her research into Flight 180, discovers that Clear Rivers voluntarily checked herself into a psychiatric of the Stony Brook. And if Stony Brook was familiar to you, because the building is the same one whose first site was at Roy Shields at the beginning of Halloween Resurrection. And Michael Taylor, their job at Kimberly uses her 2003 web drive to get some map quest directions to Stony Brook, then goes there and agrees to anything to the person that might even show up as the Jeff King. Nobody suspects you. Clear lives in a padded room that still has plenty of dangerous stuff on the walls.
Good enough for a fucking screensaver, dude. God damn it. 2 days. 2 days on it.
asks for help that clear refuses to give. She restricts her assistance to tell Kimberly what's going to happen to everyone today. But Kim doesn't count something folly in his theory. In Kimberly's presentation, the city friend died last, while the real Kimberly died first. Yeah, that's what she said. Clear, keep on. For reasons yet unknown. That's working backwards. But Clear can't be bothered. Figure it out. So instead, she tries to scare Kimberly away by showing her a picture of Alex's body. In an earlier scene, saw a news article that said Alex was killed by a random home brick. And I normally wouldn't count between movies off-screen kills that we only learn about from producers. But here we have a body to protect. So on to the count it goes. Kimberly beats Clear, mad at her refusal to help.
Not perfect.
That Clear was overcome with guilt.
The FPS, I don't know how to get around this now. I guess one core isn't good enough. The only thing I can think of is to make like a graphics thing with Unity, and I'm not doing that. Displaying the right information at least. Yes, it is.
And occasionally through the dentist's office window. Tim is nearly suffocated by an overdose of laughing gas in a weird little mobile that may or may not be age appropriate for the business, but he's rescued at the last. That's able to walk out to the building. Hey, that's it. Dreaming about Tim gives the elementary idea on the front of her. That leads directly to the staff. And I gotta give the credit, it may or may not have been good for Tuesday. They used the dump that was designed to pull like an accordion on it. And of course, build that boy on the big one. Those CGI enhancements used for the body itself. The only thing they didn't own had more birds to help make it more dynamic. Man, I looked at Carly for making the kills of the machine. Kimberly and Burris returned to their home and are joined by Clear, finally ready to the station. Right after they catch her up on the situation. Oh, 15. I guess that's like the median age of all those characteristics. The three of them head to a cemetery. It's where Chelsea and I watched these movies. Tony friggin' Tom, returning as the freaking coroner, William Blood, was the only war woman is Richard Warner. The other
Okay. One other thing I want to figure out is how I can play music.
Thanks for that glorified cameo. As always, Kimberly experiences another mini vision of death. This is something drowning in underwater van wreck. They remember that there was a pregnant woman man on Route 23 and figure that baby, her unborn baby, is the new life only time will talk. Would died in that car crash. A brand new soul that was never part of Death's design. Here's a little list of when we start over with these plates. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But can we talk about Bert's reaction to Clear saying that a baby would have died in a car crash? Would died in that car crash. That's got to be the most honest instance of acting in this entire brand. Just look. I love it. Bert isn't as confident to find a pregnant woman's bare license, and he has his cop pull her over false charges of a stolen vehicle, so she can be in pocket. Great plan to keep her safe, but probably not the best way to help peacefully that community. The rest of the survivors beat from Clear and Kimberly held them up front, and it's during these scenes that I got annoyed with the way a few of these characters were rich and high school teachers would be. T.C. Carson does a great job with what he did, but the character goes from disbelief to buying into the theory, right back to utter dismissal, all within like an hour. It's annoyingly inconsistent. Even worse is Stoner Moore. Again, Jonathan Cherry is a solid performer and is sometimes pretty funny, but there's a scene in an elevator that shows Cherry is a total asshole to random strangers, digging his string of dog shit into another guy's face and then antagonizing demonizing the guy further by trying to rub him with a lick thumb. I don't want to root for that guy. He sucks. I wish the characters in this movie were written just a little bit better. But honestly, we just gotta enjoy what we have now. Because things are about to get a whole lot in the next season. After his slip, Gene leaves the oven, and he's followed by Nora, who at this point doesn't even care if she's eventually down. She's already lost her husband and son. They get on an elevator, where he's man with a box of cosmetics and an appetite for widow. That's when Rory sees the sign of death with the cat of a man with a hook. They call Nora and try to warn her about what Rory sees. But that just causes her to freak out and get her hair caught in one of those hooks. The chaos that ensues ends with Nora getting her head shot in the elevator door, which was established as a mechanical slip early that Senior Rory was being an addict. But Nora isn't an addict, and her three death cries for help are actually pretty ugly. Death don't care what her, and she's killed from the elevator. This convenient elevator cuts her head off between the floor. For this death, they can find a shot of the elevator with one of the front where the three hooks, resulting in a headless body that they then enhance with some digital blood. Eugene is left inside the elevator with Nora's decapitated head, and that freaks him out so much that he goes back to the others and pulls a gun on her. That escalated quickly. Then he goes ahead and turns the gun around on himself, yelling at them that he's the only one in charge of his life. But when he pulls the trigger, he gets an empty clip, and although he tries to shoot himself 6 times, none of the shots go off, even though the gun is fully loaded. Looks like these motherfuckers gonna die in before the death clock stops. And there ain't about to be no line skipping. Their only hope to escape death's plan is for Isabella's baby to be born. It was a good thing her water's safe when she waits inside that jail cell. Yeah, you better get those keys to it's baby time. It's baby time. On the way to the hospital, make sure Isabella has her baby. The remaining survivors, as they all cheated death before. Eugene was almost the victim of the fatal school attack. Bird barely avoided a shootout when they killed his partner, and that vicious human cat avoided a lethal gas. And why wasn't she there? Yo, hold the fucking phone. A girl splattering bus? I think I know just the bus you're talking about, lady. So when Terry had died on Flight 180, like he was supposed to, App would have made it to that conference, died in the gas. And turns out that Eugene physically stabbed him because he was transferred to another school to replace Natalie Luke, who was also supposed to die in the Bird avoided that shootout because he was busy scraping up Billy's headless body. And Rory had that he avoided a major building collapse in France. He got distracted at a Parisian cafe by Carter getting killed by that fallen sign. All that reason, Hitler was that she would have been killed if the husband that took her mom's life had she not been distracted by a news review talking about Todd's apparent suicide.
So we kind of play one.
This extra layer of complexity is apparently death is moving backwards, trying to tie up all the loose ends left by Alan's right.
God damn it, this video sucks.
It's maybe a little, but I think it's a fun way to look it back to the first movie. The SUV of surviving experiences a sudden tire that spins them out into a crash into a bunch of PVC and stacked up at a farm. No one is killed immediately, but it does leave Kat into her seat by a log, and Eugene in even worse condition, barely able to breathe thanks to some holes in his chest. A farm boy named Brian tries to help Kat out of the car, but to no avail, and she's forced to just sit there and wait while Eugene is put inside an ambulance, taken to the hospital. Oh, watch it now, Brian. Wouldn't want to get crushed by that news van arriving out on the scene. Good intervention there, Rory. Rescue workers try to...
Alright, the simulation ran successfully. Just trying to watch a video real quick.
It was fun, but start.
I'll just put him on quiet.
Quiet mode or burner mode, Bobo? Because from where I'm standing, I think you just killed Cat, Rob. That's like the opposite of what you were trying to do. This mode's simply simple kill. Don't use it for a gun. Like this, an actor taking concentration and a prosthetic cord on her real one. It was also co-screenwriter Eric Dressler's favorite kill. The more you know. Cat's ever-present signal that falls from her hand rolls into a trail of gasoline that had leaked out from that news can after it got punctured by a rock. When the fire catches up to the gasoline, it explodes, sending a barbed wire fence and through Rory, putting him all to pieces that fall apart. And another effect that was shockingly about CGI. A couple of separate bodies it pulled apart in front of the green with the only digital effects being some of the blood and guts that they had. Sure, Rory kind of looks like a couple of kids inside a trench coat. But I still love the ingenuity. They were kill actors. Kimberly Cleveland first. He wanted the hospital. Make sure Isabella has that baby. On the way there, Kimberly has a baby that she interprets. That doctor named Clark strangled with a melon test? Okay, that's weird. A doctor wouldn't just death. And besides, why would death work through a person when you can just close that? That's medical equipment, like it's really routine. So, then the main reason finally get clear was looking for machines. Kimberly and Bird try to intercept that sergeant doctor, so she won't kill Isabella. Which, again, is a crazy thing to suspect, especially if Isabella ends up
Trying to figure out how to add music to this. Epidemic sounds.
Sorry, I'm just fucking around at this point. That's releases its grip on TV. Kimberly and Bird celebrate. Everything's good now, right? Oh, wait a minute. We got another ticket to the AMC Eyeball Theater. Where's Kimberly?
Okay. I'll try and look into that when I'm done running this.
We're still moving down that. Plus, we get a big old hospital explosion caused by oxygen and spark that kills Eugene and Clear at the same time. Yeah, man, they just blew up Clear River. And although Clear was able to escape death, at least Emily Larson was able to escape from theory. When the total shit, Kimberly realizes that those visions, and perhaps even Larson, were actually visions of all the first. So basically, the affirmative that finally puts an end to death. She hops into an M, drives him straight into a lake, fulfilling that vision. He has to stake in the meeting with Isabella. Bird jumps in to save him, and as he bangs on the ambulance window, Kimberly closes her eyes and has plasma. All this in the air, she runs up and goes. When she comes to, she lives out her vision of Dr. Clarkin, attending to with a flatline, heart rate. But Clarkin wasn't killing her. He was bringing her back to life. Kimberly technically dies for it. And after being resuscitated, she technically has a new life. Meaning death technically has been over with. At least that's their sunny understanding. And that's worth celebrating. Kimberly and Bert do with her dad and Brian kid and his parents a few months later. During the meal, they hear about how Brian was almost hit by a newsman before worrying he could save his life. What does that mean? Oh, snap! Brian got barbecued! Because without Rory, he would have been dead. It's a fun stinger kill that was done similarly how most of these kills finding different layers of vinegar and a dummy for the kill itself. Great way to go out. How many kills does that pile up over this bad of this run time? Let's find out and give it a number. 27 people died, which is weirdly kind of a low number for this movie. The victims included 8 men and or boys, 4 women, and 15 people in the pileup. Then we will let it go, giving us this kind of life. For the runtime of a full 90 minutes, that left us with a kill on average of 3.3 minutes. The golden shape, golden kill, has loads of them. But I'm going with Rory's bifurcation. Usually, that kind of kill is done with CPI, and I really appreciate the effort to make it practice. All of a sudden, for layman's skill, we'll go to Alex Drowning. He was the main character in the first one, and he dies off screen before this one. And look, by a random grit, Alex Drowning was more careful than that. And for the final destination, I'm handing out the Primo Premonition, which goes to the foolish skill that happens in a vision, but not in real life. This time, I'll give it to Deputy Thomas Burke, the skill that gets things off. It's so graphic and badass. It's a great start to that effortless super distro. And that's it. Final Destination 2 came out in 2003, and it's the lowest grossing film of the franchise, which is a damn thing. I think it's one of the professional stars. We'll look at one of the top ones next week. But until then, I'm just saying, thanks a lot, boy. Those are still Rich Rivera, Reese Wolfer, Red Hood, Satan, and Stephen Moses. I have this Candyman figure to represent Tony Khan, and it fell, and it's fucking hook for a so mad that my Tony Khan action did his fucking bro. This motherfucker's got bees in his chest. Look at him. Bees. Thanks, everyone. Do good bees. Welcome to the kill count, where we tally up. Yeah, I don't
Okay.
increasingly graphic way. Part 3's is director James Long and producer Glenn Morgan return to the series after their absence in Part 2. Once again, they co-wrote the screenplay. They decided to make this third film more of a standalone feature as opposed to Part 2, which was a direct sequel to the original. It still takes place in the same world as the and acknowledges the events that happened. But Part 3 doesn't have any of the same characters return. Sadly, not even William Blunt. And instead, Tony Todd's involvement was relegated to a couple of voice actors. James Long wasn't a fan on the second movie, had nothing in common with them other than the disaster they avoided. So Part 3 sees a return to teenage classmates or just graduating high school and mistakenly believe they have their whole lives ahead of them. The clairvoyant.
Do I download this music? What the fuck is this?
Played by Frequent Moran, Miss Mary Elizabeth Winstead in her first starring role. Winstead was previously eyeball infatuated Black Christmas and the anti-fluoride movement to a thing, but then here, her character serves the same purpose that Alex Browning and Kimberly Foreman have. Only in this movie, she has a trail of digital fiction to give her clues about death's design. As far as the franchise's signature kills go, by Final Destination 3, we review Roland Dorehouse. Producer Fred Perry, the only top-line talent involved in every single film of the series, was the blood and guts cheerleader responsible for the ever-increasing misdirection. Unfortunately, even though the special effects team put together a lot of cool practical effects, it looks like most of them were covered up with CG blood. Doesn't make them any less memorable. Oh, and hey, before we get started, I know the DVD for this movie had some kind of interactive shooter fate thing, but I don't talk about those things in this video because they're not canon. They're just part of a fun keeping the action. Which means no, I won't be kill counting Kimberly and Bert from Part 2, who in one of these scenes were revealed to have died in a wood chipper accident. Yeah, in fact, Barry said that scene can be canon, but to me, it's not. So please don't leave comments saying I forgot to mention those scenes. Please don't leave those comments. How many people in this movie unknowingly keep up with death? Let's find out and get to the kill. Movie, then an amusement. With a future, let's do food and title card. Do you believe in fortunes, or do you only believe in more tangible? Like a cold hard steel in this ball that looks like it should be chasing bullets off of it. That dumb-looking ball transitions into an awesome power tower last night that a group of friends are having a blast on, all except for Wendy Christensen. Rather than just take pictures of it for the school yearbook. I get it, Wendy. You're just proud of your high school. And why not? The swim team did.
Do I have to download all these?
Wendy is here for
I don't want to do that.
graduation celebration.
I could just stream from my desktop, I guess.
Usual crowd. Lyrically attractive and paper thin. Sometimes hearing is a full-blown creeper character. My embarrassment is
Let's maybe pick a different theme than jazz. Great bass, saxophone.
There's already some fluidity. So, yeah. First, the first hit. I last hard after it the main button.
The AC isn't getting picked up. My voice seems to be louder than the music. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just trying to make this more interesting. Alright, testing, testing. Let's go. Alright, now we're going to try a big boy experiment, see if that runs. I'm going to go to the store. Get my grandma some apples, or whatever. One second, let me make sure GitHub's up to date. Okay. Now, if I can, I guess I can do a continuous integration thing on this project, where like every time I push new changes to the code, it would test them to see to make sure they work. But I don't want to do that right now. This is ML ops, not DevOps. Performance is probably going to be shit because of how many people there are, how many frogs there are. I'm gonna let this run, see if it crashes while I'm away. Shouldn't be gone for more than like half an hour.
from President Trump himself in less than 24 hours. So let's talk about what the hell is actually happening. Ceasefire was made out. Now, well, hopefully it's well, really go back to we also explained that later. Icelandic there is the war that years it didn't immediately felt suffering. Ceasefire was eventually yeah, ceasefire. Also going to get something. Then nobody bothered. Still, they were running. Whoever provided the Israeli Jews stopped with the legal later, on time, saying that this will work. Still, you get really defensive. Life of ceasefire clear. Trump, his part, is great. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with this. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on. So I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with the bomb either. But I'm really unhappy with this news going out this morning because one rocket that didn't land that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. They basically have because that if I've been fighting so long and so hard, then they don't know what the fuck they're doing. You understand that? Because for anyway, when Trump's wanting Israel to if Israel do not drop those bombs, you is a major violation, major violation. Then it's around 40 minutes later, he's like, Israel wasn't with them. And all blames were Trump. Nobody heard ceasefires. That's reportedly what happened. There, Yahoo was always going on that exact here's the exact but it's also playing back inside of the we all disagree with with all that now, these for now it seems like both sides actually the reason that this ceasefire is time Israel logical win, it's actually conserved and popularity so much so that it's actually a big snap button.
beyond just saying I just sent that newspaper piece of paper, destroyed it, saying, Ron will never be killed by Buddha. Very ugly, leak US most of it. In fact, one of the things that they likely said a lot of that night, very good White House press secretary, Leonard section, to be clear, nothing. Iran is for decades in the practice of little to have weapons, but no U.S. intelligence. In fact, Iran intelligence. We also said war ranking. Celebrating Fred was then saying, for now we're assuming that kids are like that would be enough of a high rating football team.
Iran will never rebuild. But
All right, I'm back.
place is under lock. That place was demolished.
First, sir, I don't know what's going on. Um, the server keeps on disconnecting halfway through a run, and I tried to copy and paste the error.
And also, cyber protective means that even if it's it doesn't change the fact that it may also down. Because like we talked about yesterday, so the president Republican argue that for example, representing about they are actually responding today, and none of those Congress in this case, they have Texas said that it's going to be a
So the animation worked over for like an hour.
As far as what happens next, here's what I'll say specifically. Hopefully, ceasefire works. Hopefully, stuff calms down. We keep the war getting. What the ceasefire actually goes or pause or.
I hope this music makes the stream a little bit more entertaining.
And also, as I'll say, we're seeing this whole other Monday, he just weighed in on it, slammed something, that is now more than this national news story about body. That is really good. Including AOC's speech. You know, all of that is not a character for Ariana, right? She posted about politics. This time, those folks make money. Kelly, that's Ariana.
I think that Ariana Grande is more nuanced like that of the body than she does thinking about women. Obviously, she's in a adult crisis. Sorry, this woman looks ill. Someone needs to do an intervention to help her. I'm not saying this to be snarky. I genuinely think someone needs to help this person.
And then also a question.
The reason she's qualified to make this conclusion is because of the segments she did for years on Nickelodeon as follows. Sometimes I wonder if you can get exploited as a young person. It's not nice. It's sad. But now she's decided to take that trouble and turn it around to make constitutional justice about our president. There's a lot that went on, I think, on that Nickelodeon set that's never been fully threshed out. And I think Ariana Grande should go well-being and sort of constitutional thoughts.
So then all of that data outlets of the piece public make it irate. Well, as in others online saying again mind the question of I think it's disgusting that Megyn Kelly is making me snarky about her past against her. Then is part of run here. So she hasn't responded. But also really wouldn't be surprising if she didn't respond. This is something that a lot of people discuss.
Rebooting the server while this works.
Oh my God, you look skinnier. What happened? Or you look heavier. What happened? It's like that is something that is uncomfortable, horrible. I think in today's society, uncomfortability that we shouldn't have at all. Commenting on this looks, appearance, what we think is going on behind the scenes or health or how they present themselves. We're not drunk, guys. But mango on the other hand, he's pumping toes. It's the same. Mango, what are you doing? Give me the water. Look at the motion.
It's been on for too long. It's starting to fuck up my computer.
was going to be able to or living is clear that they cloud nine is on. We're both tonight at least offers rehab. All it's and regards to how yeah, that's just not all of this is a situation feel like a good so with that also said we so after all so with all this of course I would give this thoughts especially
Hmm.
the next step that because I find the street for his role at the front of the street more migrants to countries they've never been to even if it's the prison high courts conservative stories like specific questions that are I can't believe you were not third argument that migrants saying the judge made the process complicated by reading right by concept against the government. The lawyers in further that network undermine the government's ability to enforce But on the other side, you have lawyers being back at that many of the minors targeted under this policy have been fines and initially legal. Usually the administration is like there's a more people see beyond it measures planet further benefit criminal status by which was unique in the process. Right? They know that where the administration actually know that process rights were required like full separate people. My point is super notable because I don't train the like apparently these open like different views. The reason I say apparently is because clearly do not know the logic of my decision. Jury did not provide that is on the other side for liberal justice right people need to give use of the majority or any law required justice so so I know mind that the majority is not predicting that orders have been made emphasizing this process range of mind argument this decision is incomprehensible and usable and beyond that so they are also huge lawlessness by order fine that is the government has made clear and important and need that it needs itself trained by law created for anyone to any level opportunity the episodes of like in this very case great so that was not say that we have a higher level lower government is still required to obey them and have way aspects of the bedrock and the government system then further abuse precedent by essentially disobeying argument each time this court words not compliant with discretionary belief it further erodes respect for the courts and the law without go for it. You know, the steam on the top, it's not radioactive. Why would it be 30 times more toxic than and also, if it was back to the integrity project, Britain's presentation evidence was by CDC stuff there. That group said, here's some. Care workers like the beach stuff. Climate change has to do with the all of that is every part. These danger policies there, say, Senator
feeling?
Tired, very tired. It's very oily though.
Okay.
If you call later, I just call to see you ask when you call if I wake up.
looked at us, that's to us important because that's how it was. Also, I think for like local outlets, we get like Johnson and Johnson, but sometimes Johnson even. So why there is another piece of healthcare, you got Johnson 30 times since you got rid. Wasn't another that with jobs. And with all of that, as far as how people are reacting, I do really not only talk about what it brings versus jobs will be around, but also maybe something that was called phobia at least now. Some of it might be times to do a broader trend across the U.S. that I'm seeing too much right over the years. So there, it can also be pointing out to kill someone for being gay. That's right. You can also see young person should be left without help and doctors. Take away this
Okay. Trying to get it so my computer then crash in the middle of this. It's been happening a couple of times. It's getting kind of annoying. Now it's gonna do like checkpoints, so now they can like restart it, experiment. If it crashes, we'll see what it pops out. Getting hungry. Hunger is a weakness. Hunger is a weakness.
wasn't that the opposite from fighting. Didn't realize there was a scene before he avoided the scene was coming. Scan literally as a no This is at the same time you can see that's what we're in. Both that were on mustard and eating he surprised to learn so as a result of it, many jumping to boxes saying, policy avoid their here, but after that, so it still be that instead of regular fortune tired of ghosts, but miles concerned of so all in all, order Peanut is not so scrapped anything. Peanut is mostly as an effective and focused plan. The hurricane season, following power in states of preserving the disaster. So there, we have
say is, one, it has been widely understood there is a lot of corruption thanks to the so some things something that very well as it plays out, it means next up to that. Local bodies can actually be more comfortable first. Never mind the local economy. Marjorie Taylor Greene's either an idiot or a liar, but born enough born out of friends, you let this ring will be in fact something from the field game investigator with these wrong. This ever started line with for a weatherman. Well, in the recent past, talking about all that fun for it. It's so funny. Brand daily started Trump, Nixon, running up and over Trump, so it's all the bill and literally already voted for it. Get to work in the party.
It says that the problem solved. It says the experiments are bulletproof. It's passing all the tests, but that's in the case before, so.
So there was basis and all that stuff. So perhaps the most significant is simply the fact that this means after leaving the White House, us appears to have this is powered up flag people and Republican package. And it's literally just one of Trump's but also us who does this assessment these mangoes and go back to super time. I was also part of the back this guy. But also, according to those themselves, did be up there as far as
I've never felt the need to buy something other than a laptop. So I'm trying to debug this server problem once and for all. This is frustrating.
What